If y'all got the YouTube up, let me know if it's live. I think it is though. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hey, peace, power, and profit, everybody. It's a double hitter on a. If y'all got the YouTube up, let me know if it's live. I think it is though. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hey, peace, power, and profit, everybody. It's a double hitter on the Dagger Squad this evening. So this evening, we're not even going to prolong it because we about to get it in. I got to get my notebook. I got to grab my pen. We have Miss McKee Gabriel with us this evening, and she's going to share on estate plan. It's something I've been waiting to hear about for a very long time. I got my brother Chris on the panel, got my brother Brandon on the panel, and we basically going to sit back because she's going to run with the show. You guys, she's going to tell you how to find her on social media. She's on Clubhouse doing at least 2 sessions a week. So we want to make sure that you get her information. Miss McKee, go ahead and put it in the Zoom chat. I'm going to drop it in a link on the YouTube as you talk. And I am going to turn it over to you because I need to grab my pen and I got my paper. So everybody, welcome Miss McKee Gabriel to the panel. We're excited about this estate planning. So sis, take it over.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I love to talk about a couple of topics. Estate planning is one of them. I love to talk about wealth building, money, as well as the economy. So this topic brings all of those things together. So happy to do my intro. Miki Gabriel. I'm based out of Houston, Texas, originally from Louisiana. And I've been in wealth management for close to 30 years. Been in a capacity of places, broker dealer, trust company, boutique wealth management firms, have a securities license, which I was even thinking about starting my own firm, because what I realized is that we need help learning about protecting and provisioning for our families, right? We talk about making money, which is great. Rarely do we like to talk about what happens at retirement or when we're no longer here. So I've had the privilege of working with ultra high net worth clients pretty much my entire career, including a couple of billionaires. And what I learned from that is that there is a very specific way that the wealthy retain assets to protect and provide for their families. We talk about generational wealth, but we don't really get into what that means, right? And we know that that means protection through trust. So I love to break it down. The devil is always in the details. So this is absolutely one of my favorite topics. So happy to get into it. I'm not sure how the question format works, but just bring it to my attention. I like to present in a very interactive way. I don't believe in shaming, anyone, right? We're all here to learn. So please, please, please give yourselves grace. If you were not indoctrinated into this as a standard, and I'll give an example. I've worked with families that have had trust in place for multiple generations. We're talking 3 or 4 generations of families that have never really worked because great grandma or great great grandpa basically had the wealth and the ability to create wealth and hold on to it, right? And, it's the late 1800s. So if you were not born into that privilege, because that is a privilege to reach out to professionals, to understand what trust distributions are, right, to understand these terms, then please give yourselves grace, because it's not taught in schools, right? It's not gate kept, but absolutely it is not a standard. So I love interactive spaces. I love questions. So please, at any time, I love the back and forth, because it kind of helps me know where to go with the presentation. So I can go as simple as budget, or we can go all the way to, setting up a dynasty trust that'll last basically in perpetuity or until Jesus comes, whichever comes first. So with that being said, I'll get started. I do like to use an article as a reference because it's a good thing for people to go back and look at later. And if you have any questions, right, YouTube University is great, but I always advocate for people to actually speak with a professional, depending on your family dynamics or your assets. If you're a business owner, some of you are going to need more specialized service, maybe bringing in a CPA as well as a financial planner, as well as that estate planning attorney. So definitely don't want anyone to go out there and find information. For example, Aretha Franklin, unfortunately, it's been 5 years since she passed. They just found another will. Her estate isn't even really beginning to get settled, and that is costing them millions of dollars. She actually had a holographic will, which is basically where she hand wrote something out. Please, please, please don't do that. Estate planning is not one of the places you want to save money, right? Because just because you can get away with it and you have it, we know that the IRS has long pockets and a long memory, so it may not work. And you're not going to be here. You're going to hopefully be smiling up from heaven. And if you saved on getting that will, but it doesn't work best for your family, there's absolutely nothing that can be done. So very, very strongly wanted to say that. So let's get into it. What is estate planning and why is it important? So estate plan.
Did you want to share your screen?
I don't have the article up, Chris. I'm not good with
Okay. All right.
it's
All right. All right.
You see these glasses? I can't multitask. I have ADHD.
Okay. I was just checking.
See, but I put lipstick on for y'all, so hopefully this will be cute. So what is estate planning and why is it important? So
I can wait. I'm sorry, I was talking to y'all and my mic was on mute. I was gonna say I can share the link to the article if you want.
Oh yes, Monica, thank you.
Yeah, you want to put it in what y'all want to put
I put it in the chat. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Which one? Which one first?
Oh, the nationwide. That's the one I'm going through.
That and first link is Linktree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. Hold on.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring it up.
I'm technologically challenged. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You could go ahead. It's gonna come up. I'll share the screen.
Awesome sauce. So
Okay.
what is estate planning? So what we hear about estate planning can be a little misleading. First, the average American thinks that you only need an estate plan if you're wealthy, which is absolutely not the case, right? Your estate planning can be making sure that your beneficiaries are updated on your 401k, right? Having a life insurance policy, doing financial planning, right? Updating your guardianship if you have little children, which is basically a legal document that would tell the court when you're not here who you want to have take care of your little people. Thank you. So all of that can be entailed estate planning, right? It is basically just a plan for your estate. So what is your estate? Your estate can be defined as basically everything that you have from the rooter to the tutor. Every single type of interest, ownership, whether that be stocks, bonds, portfolio. Here's a fun fact. Even your 401k, your IRAs, they are part of your estate. However, they are excluded from what's referred to as your taxable estate by virtue of beneficiaries. So if you add a beneficiary to something, right, it's still part of your estate because it's yours. However, it does not go through what we call probate. And I'm going to go into that a little later because probate actually has a bad name, especially on the icky ticky talks. 99% of the clients I interacted with, they had a will. Even Michael Jackson had a will. It stated that everything went to his family trust, but he still had a will. Probate is bad when you die what's called intestate, and that is basically when you die without a will. That's what happened with Chadwick Boseman, sadly, because he did not have a will or any estate planning documents, even though he was married. The state of California had to enter into probate, the bad probate, where the state of California had to decide who got his assets, and he lost almost $1 million. Yes, it's very. So I use that as an example because Chadwick was educated. We know this. Chadwick also knew, sadly, that he was dying for some time. He was also surrounded by attorneys, right? He was a Marvel actor. We know that he looked at contracts and worked with professionals probably every day of his life. However, no one in Chadwick's circle, well, I don't want to say that because we don't know. Let's just say Chadwick didn't have a me in his circle because he would have had his documents in place. But with all of that, he probably thought that if he married his lovely wife, that would take care of it. But I'm here to tell you that no, depending on the state, California is the worst state to go to heaven without any documentation. Because what we do know is that a third went to his wife, a third went to his parents, and almost a third went to the state of California, over $800,000. And we know this because wills are public records. So absolutely. I give that example to basically say, please give yourselves grace because, again, this was someone well used to working with professionals, but did not have anything in place. And I don't know about you, but I don't have an extra $1 million to give to the federal government because, I don't have my things in place, especially remove that from our family's legacy, right? So basically, and this article is great because it is a financial and a legal term, which I think is important, right? So this can include your home, real estate, car, investments, life insurance, furniture, other personal possessions, basically everything that you have, right? I know that Chris is a shoe collector, so that would be part of his estate. It does not have to be anything of value. So let me just say that again for the people in the back. It does not have to be anything of value. It can be something that is of value to you, which is why I'm also a proponent of wills. Not everyone is going to put something in a trust because when you put something in a trust, you have to title it to that trust, right? But I'll get into that a little bit later. I like to throw that out there. There's a lot of misconception around just put it in a trust. That's what you hear in the icky ticky talks. Put it in a trust. No. You have to retitle assets to put them in a trust. Anything that is in your name, your asset, your ownership, right, is part of your estate. So intellectual property. A lot of you have social media and online presences. A lot of you may be crypto traders. For my crypto traders, those hard, cold Gucci wallets, I'm being a little funny. I'm not a crypto person, so I'm not trying to be offensive. Can someone find that? And I don't mean the little token to get into it or the key. That needs to be addressed specifically in your estate planning because that is part of your estate. So anything that has ownership. The other part of that is that it's also important, right? Part of your estate is also your family dynamic. So that's a separate conversation that I'll go into when it comes to how you craft your estate plan or your considerations, but I want people to understand that, right? Also, any debt, you own your debt. Remember when I said it does not have to add value? Because depending on the type of debt attached to whatever asset, you are responsible for that on the other side of heaven, or your estate can be responsible for that on the other side of heaven. We see that a lot. Michael Jackson, for example, the young man that is suing the Michael Jackson estate, even though Michael Jackson is no longer here, they are suing that estate. So if there is a settlement, then that estate is going to be responsible for paying those funds out. So I just wanted to point that out. Your estate in those legal terms follows you after death, right? And yes, so your debt is a huge part of that as well. So we've covered what is estate planning a little bit, but now I want to get into the other part of it. Your estate planning can also be your legal documents, right? Power of attorney. Power of attorney basically grants someone the authority legally to act on your behalf.
Hold on one second.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Does anybody have any questions about that?
Well, let me check the chat.
Before she goes on.
Can you? Oh, let me check. Let me check the chat. Hold on.
Hey,
Any questions? Nope. Just listening.
I guess.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep rolling.
Okay. Yeah, because I can just, like I said, I love the interaction. So any questions, absolutely, definitely welcome. If you're thinking it, I promise, other people are going to think it as well. So it usually does provide a good learning point for the group. So your estate is also like your power of attorney, right? That's part of estate planning. So we identified estate. Your estate planning is also like your power of attorney, which is basically a document that gives someone the legal authority to sign on your behalf. So for all my married couples out there, you do not have the legal authority to sign on your spouse's behalf. That's actually considered fraud. So depending on some states, for example, right, I do have to tell my married couples that. I have little fun stories. Routinely, especially if you have one sole provider, if it's the husband or the wife or one spouse versus the other, and a lot of their assets are in an IRA. So we would routinely in the office get a spouse that says, well, we need $10,000. And I'm like, well, I'm going to need authorization from him or her. And they'd say, well, I handle everything. You've met me. You know me. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. However, IRA is an individual retirement account, right? You need something legally in writing because guess what? You do not have the authority to take distributions if you do not have that legal document in place. And yes, we took that very seriously. So that's just a little bit of education. A lot of spouses think, oh, well, I can sign on behalf of my husband. No, you can't. Yes, you absolutely do. You still need a power of attorney, especially for those of you conducting business, right? And I give this example all the time, especially those of you in real estate. You need to do a closing and both of you are on the name of that property, but one of you is, visiting someone in another country, and we know what happens. Look with COVID, imagine the business that was supposed to be transacted the week that everything was shut down. And it took people a couple of days to get back. I'm in Houston, Texas. We have instant day floods, right? To where you can't get from one side of town to the other just randomly because it starts raining everywhere. Well, guess what? If you had that power of attorney for your spouse, and you can serve as power of attorney for anyone, you can sign on their stead, meaning that you can sign on their behalf. You're not signing, you're signing your name, but I always tell people you're signing, Miki Gabriel, power of attorney for the benefit of whomever I'm serving in that capacity. I do want to pause here because this is very important for our seniors, right? We love our grandmas, grandpas, moms, dads, aunties. I'm from the South. Those of you that have those old aunties, uncles that live alone, please make sure you get power of attorney for them, right? They need their wills, of course, but they need power of attorney, especially medical power of attorney. The way that these HIPAA laws are working now, right? If you do not have that document and you have a loved one, especially our seniors who are loved ones and cannot make those medical decisions for themselves, you absolutely need those documents. Oh, thank you for going down there. I kind of skip all over. That's why I give the article as a reference. I just want everybody to understand estate planning encompasses all of these things. It's not just your will. Because sometimes I hear people say, well, Miki, I got my will. And I'm like, great. Did you get your power of attorney, your medical power of attorney, your healthcare? And they're like, no, I didn't do all that. I'm like, okay, estate planning encompasses all of those things. So I want to make sure, right? It's not just the other side of heaven. Estate planning is also very, very important. I call it this side of heaven, right? So for today, and if you have a child who is 18 years old, this is for moms and dads, very important. That medical power of attorney, that power of attorney, that works for them too, right? I have a 24-year-old and he is autistic. There's a special type of planning for special needs people. So I'll just use this opportunity to say that you don't want to leave them any assets outright when we get into this part, because it can harm their federal or state benefits. But an example, when I took him to the dentist, and I don't think about it because my son is autistic, I've been handling his things for years. A couple of years ago, they actually were like, well, he's over 18, Mom. Where is, yep, he should sign for himself. And I was like, yeah, luckily, with all the insurance company, he was still under my insurance. It was fine, but it was a reminder to me, like, okay, you know what? There's something different called guardianship for special needs. But, mom, dad, especially when you have those kids in college, right? These hospitals are getting very strict now because they're getting sued about those HIPAA laws. So they just may say, you know what? I'm so sorry. We can't give you any information, or you can't make any medical decisions. So yes, even for those 18-year-olds, a power of attorney, medical power of attorney is absolutely recommended. And those you don't really need a professional. You can just look up a template. I'm happy to provide resources to anyone who needs them. And there can be very state specific. So just a little FYI there, right? Once you are 18, right, you should have something in place should someone need to sign or make a decision on your behalf. And I think I saw a question that popped up at the bottom.
Let's see. In the chat, what happens if one of the spouses passed away?
Great question. So in terms of a power of attorney, they cease at death, right? So think of it this way. If I'm not alive, that document no longer stands because I no longer have the authority to grant you the authority to sign on my behalf because I no longer exist. I'm not here. So at death, a power of attorney ceases to exist. So that was a great question. So that's when the estate planning documents need to come into place, because that's when you're going to settle that estate. But that was a great question. So yes, at death, power of attorney ceases. So I will say, in some instances, there have been cases where people have kept going, right, and used that power of attorney or gone into that account. We see examples like this all the time. Sometimes it's a sad situation. In the case of two seniors who, they put the person in the backyard, they've passed away, it's a loving family, what have you, but they needed those benefits. And then sometimes it's really icky where people will, harm people for the benefits. So it's kind of like the same thing. Once that person is no longer existing, they no longer have the ability to grant you that authority. So a power of attorney ceases, and that's when you go to estate planning to settle the estate and probably get those assets in your name or however those documents go. So that was a great question. I hope I took care of that one. So let's go into what documents are needed. So I've already started talking about power of attorney, but I will go to the big one, last will and testament, which is what most people think. So let me pause here for a few seconds because there's a lot of icky information about last will and testaments, right? So basically your will is just a set of instructions. It's a set of instructions to your executor. And we use that term, depending on your state, it can be administrator, executor. Usually you hear executor. That is the person or persons, because it can be persons, or it can even be a corporate executor. It can be like Bank of America or Northern Trust, right? It can be an official to oversee the dissolution and dissolvement and distribution of assets in your estate. So that could mean a few things. That could mean saying, I want my mom to have my Gucci bag that I know that she loved. That could mean I direct my executor to place certain assets inside of a trust that I'm creating at my death. Because yes, fun fact, you can create trusts in your will at death. 95% of the wealthy clients, and I mean wealthy clients, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, they actually created created trusts in their wills at death. It's a very, very common estate planning technique. It's called pour over wills, AB trusts, bypass trusts, and I'll go into an example of that. So you don't have to create trust this side of heaven, but absolutely. So what it empowers your executor, you're going to name your executor, right? And that can be anyone. Definitely needs to be someone you trust, right? Because there is no court that you can go to. Well, let me dial that back. There is a court that you can go to. However, if let's just say your assets are at Fidelity and you have an investment account, you have a business account, you might even have a checking account in an IRA. Now, the IRA, if you have beneficiaries, is not going to be part of your estate, but the account in your name, right? Fidelity is now going to say, hey, Mr. Executor, this document states that you can't pay yourself $100,000 once you're settling this, right? Fidelity is not going to make them do what is in that document, because then Fidelity would be liable for liability. So make sure you choose your executors very carefully. They need to have a little bit of business acumen, right? Because some of you will have taxable estates. There can be estate tax involved. They are responsible for filing your personal tax return in the year of your death, because yes, the IRS does not care. If you go to this side of heaven or a family member, right, in the middle of the year, and they had income and wages up until that time, guess what? The IRS says, well, we still need our tax return, right? You still may owe taxes. They do not care. The estate may require a tax return. So it's something that you can absolutely partner with people, but I do want to disclose that, because a lot of time we don't really go into the details. And I am someone that loves to go into the details, because remember, you may be looking down at heaven and saying, well, I put my best friend there and I know she's really good with money. That does not mean that they're good necessarily at dismantling estates. So that is I would say a requirement that you be somewhat familiar, because especially those of you, think about it, if you have businesses, if you have real estate, right, you do want someone with some area of expertise and knowledge to handle the specific types of assets that you have, because it's not like there's just a little PDF that you can download that tells you how to properly settle estate, especially within the guise of the IRS requirements and legislation. So your last will and testament, again, it's just this legal document that allows you to outline how you want your possessions to be distributed, who you'd like to care for your children, dependents, and yes, pets. I will say that with this article, that's financial care for moms and dads, single moms and dads, especially the little people. Highly recommend that you get guardianship documents. It is something quite specific that is literally telling a judge, when you are not here, this is who I want to care for my children. I highly, highly recommend this to individuals who do not have a good relationship with the other parent, because, and I'll say this in all seriousness, the parent or the spouse or the sister or that mother, that person that you do not want your children to go to, absolutely, they don't even interact with them in real life. Guess what? That's going to be the one that ends up with guardianship of your children. your worst case nightmare. You'll be looking up in heaven, down from heaven, very upset, but highly, highly recommend that parents with small children, minor children, you go ahead and get an additional document called guardianship, right? And that is something very, very, very specific, because you don't want to leave that to chance. And I've seen that happen a few times, and it's always very sad. It's always the one that they absolutely do not want the children to end up with. So
if
Mhm.
okay, I have ask a question.
Sure.
If you are awarded guardianship over the kids, is that the same legal documentation that gives you rights, would give them rights to your benefits?
No, so there's formal guardianship. Like, I'll use my son for an example. He is autistic, and I will have to petition the court to have formal guardianship because they're going to, appoint like an attorney ad litem for him. They're going to confirm, because yes, they do that even for parents. The court takes that very seriously, because that person is giving up their autonomy for an adult situation. But like for a child, the guardianship means that, just like if, there's a mom and a dad, and let's just say, for example, they both go away in a car accident, and they want the children to go to their sister. They want their sister to serve as that guardian, right? Almost in essence, like a parent, to give them to give that sister legal ownership. So she'll be able to enroll the kids in school, take care of their health care, do everything that a mom and dad could. But they put that guardianship in place because they know that their mothers are going to say, no, the kids should come with me. And the mothers are going to sue for guardianship over the children. So they take the time to actually put that in writing to say, no, I only want, my sister. And the courts take that very, very seriously. But that is just a document that mom and dad are stating, that is not involving the court. That is them explicitly stating, my children, I'm basically willing my children, I'm leaving my children to my sister, and both of us are saying that. I actually also recommend for spouses, even though this is a little extra, right? But I give not advice, but recommendations, as if, I'm talking to a room of billionaires, right? That's how important it is, even for spouses, to have guardianship back and forth. Some of you know your moms are crazy or your dads are crazy. Well, let's wake it up. Some of you know those people that do not like the mothers or fathers of your children. You know this, right? You know that your mom or your dad, first opportunity, is going to come get that baby. You need to have guardianship too. Absolutely. Right. It's just about protection. But in the question that you said, so it does not give right to benefits necessarily. So if I serve as guardian for my niece or nephews, if something were to happen while they were still little, and I am the one that's going to be financially responsible for them, they don't necessarily get access to my assets, if that makes sense. They would still need to be included in my estate planning, if that was your question.
Yes. How do they get access to your assets? Like, how do you? What type of documentation would you need for that one?
So that's a great question. Thank you for asking. I can include you in my will, and I don't need any documentation from you. I can list your name explicitly. I could list Chris, but I wouldn't, right? So I can basically state, Mo is a great person. Mo is awesome sauce. She's doing some great work. I bequeath, or I instruct the executor of my will to give Mo $10,000 at my death for her program that she's doing, because she works with the community. I don't need anything from you. Now, the estate planning attorney, right? You want to give a little extra information in there, or my executor would be like, okay, this person, Mo, is getting $10,000. They could reach out to you, and you could be like, oh, you know what? Miki was just such a lovely woman, but I'm good, right? I won that $1 billion. I decline that because Miki got some kids, so let them have it. I decline. So you can decline inheritances. It actually happens all the time. So does that mean, did that answer your question? You don't need anything from that person. Now, in the case of beneficiaries, I always recommend to people, you do want to get as much information as possible. if your son's name is William Smith, right? All it asks for a beneficiary is name. But you do want to put the date of birth. You do want to put the social security number. I also advocate getting contact information, especially for your older children, because remember, it's the executor going through this, and it may or may not be a family member that is familiar, right? Michael Jackson's estate was actually handled by his professional business partners. He did not, that was interesting, y'all. Take note, he did not have a family member oversee his estate. He did not near one. They were all attorneys. Yep. So skin folk is kin folk and all that, but we're talking about money, right? It's not the time to be emotional because people are not going to change after that point. And sometimes it may be someone outside of your family that you feel is going to oversee your estate and administer your assets properly. So did that answer your question?
Yes. And I guess it's twofold. What about if you're still alive? Do that child that you have guardianship over, are they allowed your access to your benefits? So case in point, take me for an example. I'm retired military, but I don't have any dependents. So if I wanted to take my sister-in-law passed, if I wanted to take guardianship over my niece and nephew, and I wanted them to get my military benefits right now, is that possible with the legal guardianship?
So, okay. So that's a great question. Let me break this down. So first, for things like pension, in some cases, depending on the pension, so I would have to do a little bit more research mode, depending on like for the military benefits.
I think they don't. Yeah, I don't think they get the pen. I don't think they get the pension, but I was thinking more of the educational benefits.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. So I wish there was like a standard answer, but it really does depend.
Okay.
So let's take for like example, insurance. So if you're at a company that offers medical benefits and you can allow your dependents, it just says dependents, right? It would have to be specific to that plan. I wish, that would be great if that was across the board. I will say most of them do allow, if you have guardianship, they do allow that to be included as a dependent. I will say that legally, because that is a definition of it. However, it just depends, right? So, most of them do. I would always ask. It should be listed, but that's a great question. Now I see what you're asking. Would they automatically come under that umbrella? I wouldn't say automatically, right? But it's kind of just like your children don't automatically in some cases, right? You do have to add them. So it would be the same, right? You do have to list them. But what I will say for beneficiaries outside of like the things like your health benefits and that thing where it has to be under your household, remember, you can make anyone a beneficiary. I can make you a beneficiary of my IRA right now, right?
Gotcha.
Legally, I can do that. Where it comes into a situation, like if you were married and you have this IRA, like in the state of Texas, it depends. Community property states, you guys need to do more research because you legally have to get your spouse's permission to give more than 50% of your IRAs, in some cases life insurance, to someone else. So you community property states, y'all need a little bit more research because they're funny. They see it as not your money or their money, it's y'all's money. So yes, you need legal authorization from your spouses in those states to give permission. Texas is one of them. So, but that was a great question. For the most part, I'm going to say yes. And if not, if that a power is not granted immediately as a child, you can list them anyway as a beneficiary, which means that they would be able to participate in whatever assets you want distributed, this side of heaven or the other side of heaven, if that makes sense.
Got you. Okay, so we have a question in the chat. This is from Brother Price. He asked, what happens to joint ownership at death of an owner?
Great question. So it depends, right? So, and I can go into a lot of detail, guys. So you just have to tell me, like, dial it down if I get, I try not to get too technical, but sometimes, the words matter, right? So it depends on the type of ownership. So that was an excellent question, Gerald. I do a whole talk, or I have done on Clubhouse, where I go into registrations and what those mean. There's joint tenants with rights of survivorship, JTWROS, which basically means that if you have 3 people, because yes, you can have more, joint means multiple, it can mean more than 2. We just assume that it typically means 2. That means if you have that designation on whatever that is, that could be property, that could be a vehicle, that could be a bank account, right? That could be a brokerage account, an investment account. If you have joint tenants with rights of survivorship means that if there are 3 people on that account or 2 and 1 goes away, the remaining assets entirely go to the survivors. So JTWROS is how you see it. If you have tenants in common or tenancy in common, that one is different. What that means is that if you have 2 people on that account with a TIC, let's just say there's $100,000 in there, and one of them passes away, right? That breakdown means that 50% now goes to the other person that was on that account, and that other $50,000 of the deceased person now passes to their estate because it's tenants in common. So you're splitting the assets. Does that make sense? So that one person that was listed on that account, they're gone away, but their $50,000 now goes to their estate. That other person does not have the rights and entitlement to those assets. If there were joint tenants' rights of survivorship designation, they would now be the recipient of the entire $100,000 if that's what remained when the other person died. Does that make sense? It's not tricky, but that was a great question. Thank you, because people don't understand. How many of you knew that there was a difference when you say joint, right? And the standard, I will tell you guys, the standard is typically, well, you know what? I can't even say that. It depends. A lot of times the standard is joint tenants with rights of survivorship, but in some cases I've seen the standard or the default or the bypass be tenants in common. So just make sure that you check, because that's a very specific things, especially when it comes to your estate planning.
Okay. Then there's another, they ask, is taxable estate equal property tax?
No. So your taxable estate, good question. You guys are asking some great questions. So when I say your taxable estate, so the IRS sets forth this annual amount every year. It kind of goes up due to inflation, that they state is where your estate is taxable. It's a super high number. I believe it's over $12 million. So what that means is, and I'll go into a little bit of detail because that's a good question. What that means is that the IRS states that for every single one of us that exists in these United States, there's a certain amount in which case we can have. I'm also going to break down, y'all, why rich people are always mad, right? That we can have during this lifetime to where the IRS is not going to touch it at death. So in 2026, it's going to be sunset. That's what we call when legislation sunsets, it goes bye-bye, to where it's going to be like $6 million. So it's going to be a little amount, especially those of you that are real estate investors. You may say, well, I don't have $5 or $6 million, but guess what? You have assets that are going to appreciate. You may be 40 years old and go away the other side of heaven when you're 105. So you may well approach multimillionaire status or taxable estate. So let's just say that amount is $10 million. So I can have up to $10 million, and at death, if I'm still worth that $10 million outright in my name, I have a taxable estate. My spouse also has that $10 million allowance set forth by the IRS every year, right? So collectively, we can have what, $20 million. So when I say taxable estate, I mean that, so a couple of things. It means that your estate can be taxed. So it doesn't have anything to do with property taxes. There are actual estate taxes that you that you can pay. So we say taxable estate depending on the amount. It's just to make a distinction between what is considered in your estate that can be taxed at death versus what is outside of your estate, like your IRAs, right? Your 401ks. your 403Bs, your 457s. There's transfer on death registrations that you can add to accounts in your name. You're going to remove them from your estate at death because it's not going to be dictated by your will. It's going to go by the beneficiary designation. So that was a great question. Did that make sense? That's what I mean when I say your taxable estate. It's not necessarily your property taxes. It could be estate taxes that you have to pay, which is a separate tax on everything from the rooter to the tutor at death. Great question.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. It's a that could be a whole other class. That could be a whole other class. Absolutely.
You can't get away from. You can't. I was trying to tell a friend who was gonna be getting a settlement. In reference to taxes, like you can't avoid it.
No,
and I know you're probably gonna get into, because I was like, why don't you just pay the tax, and then you could make the money back in interest, in profits from the growth of an asset or whatever, and would have already. So let me ask you. Let's say I win that $900 million lottery.
I hope you give me a call. Yeah.
Let's say I win that 900 million, and we already know they're taking 47% of that. So I walk away with 500. Let's say I walk away with 500 million, right? They've already taxed that money. I mean, how? I don't know if I'm going too far and I need to wait till next week, that's fine. But where should I put that money? If it goes into an estate, if I put it in an estate, then does that money get oh, you got a cast. Look how cute. Does that money get let me see, 500. Yeah. I put that 500 million in an estate. Now that money I've already paid taxes because I get half of my 900 million. So I still get taxed on that money.
So good question.
Oh, I get taxed on what that money, the interest of that, what that money earns while it's there. Is that what we saying?
So that's a great question. I'm happy to break that down. So when I say estate, everything that you own is part of your estate. So all of us have an estate, right? That's just everything that you own from the rooter to the tutor.
Okay.
So we don't refer to it as an estate this side of heaven, but it's basically everything that you have ownership in is your estate. Okay. So let's just say that you win that lottery and they take their half, right? Because that's income. So income is taxed. This is the United States of America, right?
Right.
The IRS comes for everybody, right? So that is the income tax that you were paying. It's kind of like when you get a bonus and it's taxed heavily at 30%. That's because the IRS does not want to take the risk that you're going to be able to pay them, right? When you file your taxes. This is why when we have W-2 income or taxable income from our 9-to-5s, the government takes every 2 weeks because they do not want to trust that you will pay them when it's time to file your taxes. That's why they take the taxes out of, and this is my definition, guys, by the way, they don't own up to this, but this is, this is right? They don't want to risk that you're going to pay them later. So this is why when you get lottery winnings and such, they take it immediately. Those of you that have ever been to the casino and you get large winnings, right? So yeah, they don't want to risk that chance. So they want their money now, not later. So you're paying that tax. So let's just say you have 500 million and you're clear and you're like, you know what, Miki, I want to protect this money right now. It's just in my name, right? So first, depending on before you get the award, there are some states that allow you to claim it in trust. So what that would do is it would just set up the protection because now it's in trust. It's not in your name. Why do we put things in trust? It's for protection, right? So if things are in your name and your business is attacked or you hit someone, on the road and you do a fender bender and they realize, oh, well, she's got $500 million. I'm going to sue her, right? She's got $500 million in her name. So trust, think about trust. I want everybody to remember, trusts are about protection. Trust protects your assets. There's different types of trust, and that'll be a whole other room because I love to talk about trust too. Saying get a trust is like saying get a car, right? You got your Lamborghinis, you got your public transportation, you got your ride shares. So I'm just going to say trust in terms of that entity that serves as a protection or a wrapper around your money. Wrapper, WRAPPR, right? So it's insulating your money. So it's no longer Mo's money, depending on the type of the trust, right? It's the trust's money on behalf of Mo, if that makes sense. You are the beneficiary or the recipient of the trust, but the assets belong to the trust. So there would be a couple of things that you could do. Now, is there taxation from you funding that? Sometimes, right? Because what the IRS looks like is that Mo has $500 million, depending on your state, and now she is gifting it to another entity. That would be going from you to the entity. So how I have people think about it, a little easy way, if it's going from your social security number to another social security number, or from your social security number to another tax ID, that might be a taxable event, right? So within the same house, it's easier to transfer because y'all are all in the same house. Anything outside of your house, it may be a taxable event, if that makes sense. I know that's a very generic overview, but technically, that's a whole other room. That'll be another room because I love to talk about that too. Yes. So I don't want you to think of it as your estate, right? So let me give another example. Income is going to be taxed, but we know there's different types of income, right? There's passive income, there's taxable income, there's ordinary income. Where are my CPAs, right? I'm not a CPA, guys. I just looked at a lot of this with clients. So I always advocate for people to check with a CPA depending on the types of income some of you guys have, because it's, it's taxed in different ways. So that also makes a difference. But so you may have a principal amount that you get. So this lottery, you've already paid the taxes on it, but anything you earn from that can be taxed, but that would depend on the types of assets and the types of wrappers around the money, if that makes sense, Mo. It just depends. That's where the strategy comes in. That's where the chestnut checkers comes in. We can mitigate your tax. We can put those assets differently, right? So we might put them in income producing assets. We might put them in tax advantage assets. That's the chestnut checker. That's the checkmate. That's wealthy people 101. It's not just making money. It's the strategy with how you make money, because you think about the tax as well.
Right. So
essentially, is that tax avoidance?
Right. There you go. That is, and I say this all the time, guys, the easiest dollar you ever make, it's not passive income. The easiest dollar you ever make is the one you don't give to the IRS. Tax is definitely the
nuggets. Okay.
And I'll share with you guys too.
I didn't get an IRS, none of my money. I scammed.
What?
You know what, sir? Childish.
That was okay. So you may speak to this though. Dennis Allen says anyone win the lotto, don't sign the back create company claim through the company for lawsuit protection later.
What? Yes, entities can also be protection. So I don't make a distinction. There is a distinction, of course, between like a trust and a partnership and an LLC, but I call them, they're entities basically, right? So they're entities, and entities offer protection because it's not in your name. It's an entity. I love it.
So either way it go, taxes, you might as well pay the tax and then gain. Let me go back to it because I don't know, maybe I missed it or maybe I just did not comprehend it well. So if you get taxed on money and you take your remaining balance and you put it in an estate, you could possibly be taxed again on that money, or the profits of what that wait, can you make profits on an estate? Well,
So
it depends on
there's,
what asset classes you put them in.
so I don't want you to focus on the estate. So let's just say
Okay,
you
I'm
win that
confused.
$500 million. It's in your
Right,
name, it's part of your estate.
right.
How you move it out of your estate is if you put it into another entity. So let's just say you set up what's called an irrevocable trust. So now
Gotcha.
those assets belong to the irrevocable trust. They no longer belong, it's no longer Mo's money. It's Mo's irrevocable trust owns those assets,
Gotcha.
right? So let's just say you put that 500 million in there and it grows 100 million. You're going to owe tax on that $100 million. However, because it's in an irrevocable trust or some type of trust, right? The taxes, the income in the trust is offset by the expenses of the trust. So it's not like you made that money as if like in a 9 to 5 where it's 100% taxed. So you get what's called a K1 instead of like a 1099 or W2. So that's where the taxation comes in. So that's why I say it really depends on what you do with that, where it is. So that's the strategy. That's the chestnut checkers. It depends. So it's your estate by virtue of you own it. But absolutely, Mo, to take it further back and a little technical, why I said that wealthy people are mad, let's just say that you did not put that money in a trust. You kept it in your name and it grew. And then the other side of heaven, you have a taxable estate. So yes, the estate tax can be up to 40%. So you get taxed your lifetime, and then you get taxed if you're over a certain amount and you haven't done estate planning at death. Absolutely. That's how I say wealthy people are mad. If you do no estate planning at all and you have a taxable estate over that annual amount, yeah, absolutely. They can take up to 40%. They sure do.
Oh my God. Can you
After death.
can tax liabilities be reduced by moving from a beneficiary IRA to a trust?
So that's a great question. The IRS actually just made a ruling on beneficial IRAs or inherited IRAs because they just changed them. So I'll give a little bit of history. Back in the day, absolutely, it was a strategy that I saw employed a couple of times by some clients to where they would set up an individual irrevocable trust. And I say irrevocable, that means that you were gifting assets to that trust. It's very difficult to change it. So if I am the grantor or the donor, I am putting assets, because yes, my IRA is an asset. I'm saying that I'm gifting it to my beneficiary. I'm putting it in this trust. I no longer have power and authority over it at death, right? It's going to belong to them. So they would routinely do this as a way for that trust, those IRA assets to last, what we call in perpetuity, right? But what the IRS came through and said, you people are using this tactic way too much. We're not getting our money. So we're going to change it. So now it really depends. I would suggest that person really take a look at their assets, really take a look at what the intention is, because now they have what's called a stretch option, unless you are a spouse, or there's a couple of other things, like if it's a disabled child or disabled beneficiary, they make you take all that money and distribute it within 10 years. So some people say, estate planners argue this all the time actually now, because the IRS ruling was very confusing. It did, like they came up with this like a couple of years ago. They just made a new ruling. I just read about it actually this week. So they're basically saying like people don't have to take their required minimum distributions, because it was just super confusing, even for professionals. But for the most part, they're probably not going to go back on that. So even if you put it in trust and you have to distribute it all out within 10 years, it's like potato, right? Back in the day, that IRA could have been held in trust for perpetuity, where you just take the required minimum distribution out, which is, does everyone know what the RMD is? For IRAs, when you reach, for now, it's, I think it's 72 or 73. When you reach that age, you have to take money out, a certain percentage based on your year-end value and your age. Roth IRAs are great because you never have to touch a Roth IRA, except when you pass it to your beneficiaries. At that point, the IRS says they're still tax deferred, meaning you don't pay tax whenever you're trading or making money until you take money out. But once it's passed to you, second generation, you have to take those required minimum distributions, even if someone is like 22 years old. So I know I'm getting a little technical in the weeds, but that was a technical question. So basically I'd say it depends, right? If you have a beneficiary that you know is really bad with money, just really bad, but that's the only thing you have in the world, you might want to consider putting it in a trust, right? But keep in mind that that trust is not going to supersede IRS law about that IRA. So once it's an inherited IRA, as it stands now, you only have 10 years before you have to distribute all the assets out, if that makes sense. Very technical, but it's a technical question. Sorry, guys. Sometimes which is why I love professionals. Very quickly, but basically, yes. So short answer, yes, you can leave your IRA to your beneficiaries in a trust. Yes, you can.
Oh,
Y'all are asking some really good questions.
Yeah, because we trying to make sure we secure this money, but in the same sense, we like, man, okay, how can we move so we can I'm gonna get taxed. If I get taxed on the front end, if I get so much, they're gonna get me again. Like, oh my God, it's almost, well, now I know why people go the real estate route a lot, because it's like the way
I don't make it seem so bad, because it's not.
No.
It's just a strategy. But yes, sadly, and I'll share with you guys, a lot of people think when we're working with clients in the office, the first part of the conversation was, how are we going to grow this portfolio? First part of the conversation is protection. First question they always ask is, how do I get income from this? Right? So how does it make me money? Yes. Second part was always, how is it taxed? Because that's important. And the third question is, what happens at death or divorce? Right? Same thing. So protection. So income, taxation, protection. If you think of those three things in anything you put your money in, you're doing what wealthy people do, because that's the standard. When you come in, you got $50 million, that's what you're worried about. Income, tax, protection.
Well, I'm gonna be in your trust.
I don't want to work with you, Chris.
It's always your own people.
I'm just kidding. You said you were a scammer. You're not taking me down.
I was just not telling the truth. That's all. Or I wasn't telling everything I needed to tell. But that's neither here nor there.
Greetings, evening.
Hello.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give an example of when you would partake in an irrevocable trust versus a revocable trust?
Sure. So to get back to, we went through what a will is. So great question. So what a living will is, or a revocable trust, right? It's just a trust that is, it's also referred to as like an inter vivos. That is this life, right? So the main difference for you to know between a revocable and an irrevocable, a revocable trust is basically just like an extension of you. So it's taxed under your social security number, right? You still have a document, but the main purpose of a revocable trust is to bypass probate. 99 times out of 100, people will dictate that their assets in a revocable trust go to an irrevocable trust. So with a revocable trust, you really don't have any protection because it's taxed under your social, because for the IRS rulings, anything that you have control over does not get the protection of an irrevocable trust. So an irrevocable trust has more protection because you no longer have jurisdiction or ownership over the assets, if that makes sense.
And it also can't be changed.
It's very difficult to change an irrevocable trust. So for
Irrevocable.
example, yes. So if, let's just say, is there a Mrs. U? I'm going to give you a wife.
No,
Okay.
no, no. I don't
Okay.
have one and I don't want one.
Okay, well, I'm going to use a generic couple. If Mr. and Mrs. gift money to an irrevocable trust on behalf of their grandchildren, and this is a quite common, I call these grandma, grandpa trusts. They do them all the time. People do them all the time. And they gift and they make mom and dad the trustees over the trust. In order for that trust to be busted, because we call it bust the trust or dissolve the trust, the beneficiaries would have to sign off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not even necessarily pierce, just to dissolve it, saying the assets can go back to mom, to grandma, grandpa. The beneficiaries would have to sign off, meaning the children, and the trustees would have to sign off, mom and dad, and grandma and grandpa, and then they would have to go to a court to dissolve it. So that's why they say it's not impossible, but you know, what child would be like, well, no, you gave it to me, I'm sorry. So it's not impossible. And I will say it's once you have put assets in, because a lot of people, they, and y'all please don't buy these PDF drafts of trust documents. I've chased some of these people off Clubhouse. Please don't do that. Trusts are very state specific. Their jurisdiction by statutory law. So it's very, very specific. It depends on where your assets are. It depends on, it's called the situs of the trust, the site of the trust, SITUS. That's very important, right? So they can be dismantled, but when you're dealing with adults, that's going to be very, very difficult, and it may be expensive. But if you just created an irrevocable trust, which you can, and you haven't put any assets in there, you know, it's not funded. So a trust that's not funded might as well not even exist. It's just a piece of paper. No assets, barely any interest. That makes sense.
Okay. When a person does a will, and they bequeath assets to people other than their family, and they may have a son or daughter out there, how does one protect themselves if they don't want to leave anything to their mother, their father, or their son or daughter? How does that work?
You don't have to. So that's a good question.
Yeah, but it can be contested. So I want you to, how do you create a situation where upon your death, well, anything can be contested, but what a fruitful outcome of not leaving stuff to your heirs because they're no good? How do you do that? How do you protect from the person that you want to leave it to, or organizations from no good family members that are related to you to come back and take your assets?
So that's a great question. What I'll share is that I actually had this discussion on Clubhouse with some very young people that were attorneys, but they weren't estate planning attorneys. So I proved them right. I proved them wrong, because they actually told me that you could not disinherit a child. And I said, yes, you can. And they were like, no, you can't. So I gave them some proof, and they were like, oh my God, you don't have to leave your children assets. I said, no, you don't. Once your children are over 18, right? So I'll give a couple of examples. So those of you in community property states with spouses, completely different, right? You don't have this option. Community property states, meaning it's not yours, it's not their his or hers, it's y'all's. So my community property states, this is not for you. But
is that in New York? Is that in New York?
Is New York, off the top, I'm a Texas person. Off the top of my head, I don't know. It's really easy to find out. Just Google, is my state a community property state? Because that will make a difference. But you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you said that, because that's important. Anything can be contested. Don't let anyone tell you. They are hauling the former president of the United States into court. Anything can be contested, right? Anything can be sued. If a family member or a spouse or a beneficiary wants to take that document to court, they absolutely can. It does not mean that they're going to win, but they absolutely can, because it is allowed, right? Anyone can contest anything. So how do you protect yourself? There's a couple of ways. Number one, and I speak this way to people that look like me, you know who these people are. You know who the fools are. So you protect against them, right? Meaning that you need additional provisions within your document. If it is that strongly where you think that may occur, what I recommend for people is to actually get a corporate trustee or a corporate executor. What that does is that you're going to someone who is not a family member, right? So your document on the other side of heaven is only as good as the person that's overseeing that document, right? So if it's a family member, let's just say it's Big Mama. Everybody loved Big Mama, but you know, if there's someone that you don't want to have assets and Big Mom, they're harassing Big Mama, she's like, you know what, just take it, whatever. Nothing is going to happen to her unless other beneficiaries take her to court. So I always say, be careful with your documents because who is over it is just as important as the document itself. If you have a corporate trustee, right, they're not going to go up to Northern Trust and start hollering because Northern Trust is going to call security on them. They're not even going to get past the front door. So whatever you have in that document, when you come to them, to Northern Trust, and you say, hey, I want you guys to partner with me, they can decline to serve, but you know, they all have minimums that they'll step in. I've been at firms where we served as executor and trustee. I have personally gone through clients' drawers, clothes, because we were responsible for everything. They named us in their documents. So they will find an attorney for you. They'll put those provisions in there. They draft those documents. I don't want to say that they're usually airtight, but they're pretty airtight, right? Because they know this is what they do. They're not getting sued. They work with the best estate planning attorneys. They know their stuff. So if you attack one of those entities, right, you're probably going to lose because they have the conversations, they're airtight. This is what they do professionally. Lots of wealthy families have corporate trustees because it's just easier. They don't have to oversee the assets. They don't have to worry about the tax returns. They don't have to worry about which beneficiary is requesting money. You know, you're not sending grandma and grandpa an email saying, can I have $30,000 out of my trust, keeping track of this grandchild versus that grandchild. So corporate trustees are actually pretty standard for a lot of wealthy families. So that's one way to do it. But you can also have uncontestable clauses. A lot of states are actually starting to frown upon that. So I'd be careful, which is why I say don't go to YouTube University. Check with your professional in your state because they're changing this legislation. Have y'all noticed that? They're changing legislation like, oh my God, every other day. It's crazy. So those are a couple of things that you can do. But what I will say is just for the layperson doing their planning, let's just say that there's a person out there that has children, whomever, you can state that in the beginning. My name is Jonas Brown. I hereby state that I am age 52. I live in South Carolina. For the purposes of this will, I have 3 children. John, Jonas the second, Jonas the third, and Julie. I do not have any other children that I am acknowledging within this last will and testament. I've seen that a million times. So you just state who your beneficiaries are, who your dependents are, and usually that is sufficient because no, you do not have to leave anyone any money unless you want to. So long answer, but really, really good question. Did that answer it?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm really confident with that because, like you said, you challenged young attorneys and something like this could be tied up in litigation for a long time. Somebody come up with a DNA and then it's wrapped up in courts for a long time. And then the trustee you was talking about, a corporate trustee, that's very expensive, to have a corporate trustee.
Isn't a
They're not very expensive. Oh, go ahead, Mo. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna ask. So, annotating someone as a beneficiary in like all your different assets accounts, that wouldn't trump.
So if it's an IRA, so remember I said like there are things that can be part of your estate. Your will is typically not going to address your IRAs, your 401ks, right?
Gotcha.
Your life insurance, your annuities, your pensions. If you don't have beneficiaries on them, which this happens quite a lot, guys, you'd be surprised. Then it goes to your estate. And then if you don't have a will, that's when it's bad. That's when it's probated and the judge has to make that determination. Now, in that example, if you don't have beneficiaries and you have an IRA, 401k life insurance, and you don't have a will, and someone comes up, the judge will probably give that person money. A good example of that is the Prince estate. Prince had no documents, so it was basically a free-for-all. Anyone who had any kind of a family association with Prince petitioned that court to be a beneficiary. And they probably all got some money, because how that works is typically it'll go to your spouse, right? Typically. But all of these people can contest. We saw this with Chadwick Boseman. You would have thought it would have gone outright to his wife, but we don't know for sure. But his family may have said, wait, hold up. Chadwick said we were going to get some too, right? So they both got a piece of the pie. So the hierarchy typically goes to spouse, children, parents. But remember, if any one of those people isn't here and they have beneficiaries and their beneficiaries have beneficiaries or children, it's easy to go down the rabbit hole. So to that question, I realize that doesn't give a lot of confidence, because you're absolutely right, which is why I've seen this in documents all the time. It is explicitly stated who you were referencing. So check with an estate planning attorney, of course, but what that paragraph does is it indicates, number one, that you are well aware of who you are leaving your money to. So what I have seen happen, I'll give an example on the back end of that. This is a true client story. Had a client was worth about $5 million, a very grumpy engineer, and he had one son. The son was actually adopted. So this man passed away, he was probably late 70s. He was notoriously cheap. He had inexpensive estate planning documents. He did not like to pay us. We warned him not to do it, and sure enough, he did like LegalZoom. His son, we're settling the estates because when his wife had passed, he had not done any estate planning because this man was very cheap, but there was a marital trust that was established. So basically what I'll state, a marital trust is something that is a kind of standard estate planning for wealthy families. We call it first death, when the first spouse dies, and second death, when the second spouse dies, because there's a strategy. For married couples, you have a huge benefit when it comes to taxes and estate planning. So at first death, typically half of the assets will go into a marital trust. It's a very specific type of trust. Usually they're income producing assets. It can be half of the house or brokerage accounts, what have you. The surviving spouse lives off of that income from those assets, and then that trust passes on to the children. It's an estate planning technique. So we had to fund a marital trust because he had not done anything when his wife had died. And yes, you can be retroactive with these things. So we're speaking to this adult son who also lived very well. He was an interpreter out of state, and he was in his mid-40s. So just as a routine, we're going through the documents. Okay, because he was married, he wanted to include his wife in the planning. That is a very specific estate planning option. It's called the power of appointment. That has to be explicit in your document, right? What the power of appointment means is that you grant your future beneficiaries the option to add someone else in to receive benefits from that trust. I know I'm getting technical, guys, but this is a technical question. Okay, great. Right. So you guys with me. So we're talking to him. We're going through it as a matter of course, the financial planner, the advisor. I was the relationship manager overseeing the relationship. So we're just going through it. Okay, you got this, boom, boom, boom. And we're literally just stating this. Now, mind you, his dad is gone. This man had been the client for like 20 years at the firm. We knew the son as well. We just happened to state as a course, okay, we're going to pop the assets here, boom, 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 because there are no children. He goes, oh, wait a minute. And we're like, huh? He said, I do have a son. And we all kind of like, you do? And he's like, yes. Now his wife knew. So come to find out, when he was 18 years old, he got someone pregnant in Louisiana. It was literally a shotgun, get out of here, because the family came after him with a shotgun. His father ushered him out of the state. He went on to go to college. They never thought about it. Bless his heart, he just was telling us because he said, well, I do have a child. So here's where this harmed him. We had to go back to the documents. So do you guys know, because grandpa did not have that disclosure or something akin to that, he did not exclude his relatives. He did not exclude children or grandchildren, that person was able to inherit $1 million. I had to be the one to give that person the call. Can you imagine that? Yes, it was a nice young man. Yes, nice young man. And we're fiduciaries. So we were like, whoa, right? We're not going to exclude assets, because now the cat was out of the bag. So we had to go back. It removed assets from the wife. She was fine with that, but I don't know why they chose me to do it. But we had to hire a private investigator, and he was fine with this. And again, it's not like we could have gone to the police and said, hey, this guy, you could have inherited $1 million from your grandpa that you never knew existed. So true story, guys. We had to contact this young man who'd had a very difficult life. He'd been in foster care. He also had children. So guess what? Future trust fund babies automatically, because grandpa was just a poo-poo head and refused to pay $3,000 to $5,000 for a proper set of documents. And he did not have those, the language to exclude any children. So maybe that was this young man's blessing, but absolutely. We worked with him. He didn't believe us, by the way, when we called. And we had to, the trust paid for, because he also inherited part of his grandmother's estate. So yeah, right, because that doesn't go away. There's no statute of limitations. So absolutely. And this young man was able to get, we were able to carve out his portion to where it was his trust, but it was his trust. He was a beneficiary. Yes. So true story. So yeah, be careful. So what you include and what you don't include can be just as harmful when it comes to your estate planning documents. And people give those exclusions all the time. So why the young college students were arguing with me, because I stated that you did not need to leave assets to your future beneficiaries. And I've seen this, sadly, with a lot of the clients I've worked with. They will not only explicitly state who their children are, they will state who their grandchildren are. That's how deep they go, guys. They're not leaving any chances. It will explicitly state, these are my grandchildren, right? And it'll state per stirpes, meaning through the bloodline. So they will literally put in those documents for these multi-million-dollar families that if you are adopted into that family, you are not a beneficiary of that trust. And they make that explicitly clear in those documents. So it's quite common to that person that asked the question. So that was down a little rabbit hole, but good question, guys.
Drink some water real quick. Hey, you guys, I want to remind you all you tuned into Urban Economic Empowerment Show. We got McKee here. Man, listen, she's laying it down. Sis, whenever you want to stop, you can, because we can kind of abuse people sometimes, especially when you're kicking knowledge. So you let us know. But hey, listen, make sure you guys like the show, share the show, so make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you go hit her up in Clubhouse. She's there twice a week. Wow. I mean, you know what? I'll put it back in your hands. I don't even know what to say. Like, you spit this off. Hey, I see what Chris mean now. Talking about she just spitting out knowledge like you do, Mo. When you get into government contracts, she just go on and on and on. Like, you know how some people become subject matter experts with, based on their career field. And you be like, wow, you ain't learned nothing. But you have some others who actually do the work and, they get real into it. It becomes a part of their DNA. You ask them any question, they can rattle it off. That is you. I want to ask you, because someone, are you a licensed fiduciary? Are you, what's your credentials? Because so people just can know. Because you're good.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, so not an estate planning attorney, right? Not a CPA. So I held my Series 65 securities license. And so last year, I actually split with the firm. So right now, my license is inactive, but I did have a securities license. And what that empowered me to do, and the firms that I was with, registered investment advisors, is that securities license allows you to charge clients for financial planning. So if you have a Series 7 or a Series 6, those are brokerage licenses. Well, they're all brokerage licenses technically, but that's more commission based. So a Series 65 is a higher level of fiduciary, but that's not where I got my knowledge. I got my knowledge from serving as a relationship manager, overseeing these relationships with these ultra high net worth clients. They absolutely do financial planning. It's the standard, the types of firms that you're with. So I always give that disclosure, which is why I work with professionals. So I do financial coaching. I launched Wealth Financial Flowers basically because our community does not talk about how money works. We do not. We do not. Absolutely. We do not like to talk about money. We talk about making money. We don't talk about how money works. And we do not like to talk about death, which is our harm. So that is actually the area. That's my resume, just working with these firms, working in this capacity. I do plan to get a designation actually called, and I'll share with you guys, I'll put this in the universe, what's called a CTFA. It's not a CFP, which is a certified financial planner. It's a certified trust fiduciary, because what I plan to do, God say the same, is I want to be able to serve as a trustee. I have enough years of experience. It's required 10 years of experience legally and professionally, but I want to be able to serve as a corporate trustee, because I know that a lot of us, there's no one in our family that can handle this level of overseeing assets and settling estates. So that's my long term, is I would love to actually form a Black family office, right? So for a lot of us to have to get into, and that's a whole other conversation about family offices, but I've worked with plenty of them in my career. So yes, that's my background in Houston, Texas. Just 30 years in wealth management, and really just focusing more on planning and not necessarily investing assets, because, y'all probably got that. Investing assets is easier. These plans take a lot more detail, and getting your documents in place. Always go to a professional for that, always.
You say you plan to be a certified trust fiduciary.
Mm-hmm. It's called a CTFA. It's a designation that you can get. No one's ever heard of it unless you've been at a trust company. But it's the A, you know what? I just always say CTFA, but it's a certified administrator. Yes. So if you go to, so like I mentioned, those corporate trustees, and they serve as trustee, that is the designation that they have. It's called a CTFA. If you've never been at a trust company, you probably never heard of that designation before.
I mean, I know, listen, with the information you put, your knowledge, I know a lot of times people are looking for, those designators, but I always say the people who do the work are the ones who got the information. The ones who are licensed and credentials is just the people who could sign off. Because the way you pushing this knowledge, you wouldn't be able to tell somebody that see probably like, oh, she ain't certified. Forget that. Hey, I can't wait till I win my millions, because I'm coming to see you. And
absolutely. I love that, Mo.
But you got the info. Why would I go sit with an attorney who is going to call his clerk anyway?
No, now you know what? I'm going to call the attorney. I'm going to quarterback you as the client. So that's what I do. And I do the same thing that I used to do in the office. And I Googled it, guys. I'm sorry. Certified trust and fiduciary advisor. So that trust is important because that designates trust, but absolutely. And I will just say, I was the person that trained the new people that had the designation, because I've been in the industry so long, serving in that capacity. And I'm happy to break this down for you guys, right? But
hold on before you go on, Mo, we got to kick some people out. We got to kick this guy out of here. Listen, bro, this ain't the show. This ain't the show for hating.
Well, what is he saying? I'm happy to answer it, Chris. No, it's fine, because you know what?
No,
What
he
if?
kept saying that you're unregistered and all that, bro. She got 30 years in the game, bro.
Oh,
Like,
right.
like,
Yeah.
I,
No,
like,
I'm happy
I
to.
hope you're not talking to me. I never said she was unregistered. I hope you're not
no,
talking about me.
No, I'm
no. It's
happy
somebody in the
to.
chat, man. Somebody in the
Okay,
chat,
no,
brother.
but no, Chris, thank you. I'm happy to address that.
That's-
So, you guys
Okay.
are, if anyone wants to personally check my credentials, I will be happy to provide that information. Chris did vet me in that regard because that was one of the first things that he said. So shout out to Chris for making sure that the information, right? So this is just information, what I will say, right? I'm not an attorney, I'm not a CPA, but always verify. This is just information. So do I work professionally with people as a coach and a strategist? Absolutely. But I will say, guys, if I run back to corporate, you know how our people are. Let's just keep it real. Yeah. So happy to provide that information to anyone in the back, but I'm not serving in the capacity as your advisor to oversee or manage your assets. So I give very generic information in that regard. But yes, if anyone would like to check my credentials, I'm perfectly happy to give you that information if you reach out to me, or if you would like to have a coaching or strategy, because I do bring in professionals. I'm not an estate planning attorney or CPA, so that's no problem. But thank
Okay,
you so much
have
Mo,
a
for what you
question.
said. Go ahead.
I think I got
I
one
have
more.
a question. But
Okay.
mine, this is enlightening stuff that I put together in my brain. Some people seem to feel like a 1031 exchange is the only way you can. We don't avoid taxes; we just try to mitigate them, right? So 1031 exchange is the only way you can get around kicking the can down the road for later on. But utilizing your trust strategy, I understand that you can't put money into trust. But what if you create a situation where the trust is owned? Well, the property is owned by the trust, and the trustee controls the trust. And you have another trust that the trust owns Bitcoin, and you control, and you're the trustee of that other trust. And there's two trustees on both of the trusts, and you remove the name from the one and you remove the name from the other one. So it's technically not a sale, right? But it's just different people are controlling the trust.
Entities.
Is that a way that we can avoid taxes?
So I'll start out by saying there's no way to avoid taxes, right?
No, what I'm saying, not
But
not
no,
evasion. Not tax evasion is the crime. I'm talking about mitigating the taxes as much as possible.
Right. No, I'm just stating that because you're right. And thank you for that. So there's always taxes. You can mitigate them. There's a few instances where there's no tax involved. Number one is gifts from spouse to spouse, right? There's no taxes there. Also a Roth IRA and distributions, right? Roth IRAs, not only do they not add to your income and distribution, whenever you're of that age to where you can
But they
take
have
them out.
limits. They have limits. They have limits that goes up. Either one of them have limits, unless you're over 50. If you're talking about the Roth,
right?
Give me a loan.
Well, technically, anything that you contribute to a Roth, you can actually take out because you use after tax money. You just cannot take the earnings out after 5 years. So yes, there are retirement vehicles. But I gave that example to say yes. So let's just say you're 60 years old. A Roth IRA distributions are actually, not only are they not taxable, they actually do not even increase your income, which is why I love Roth. I could do a whole room just on Roth IRAs. I love Roth IRAs. There's nothing similar to it. But I gave those as examples of where no tax exists to mitigate in that regard. So, but in your, and I will say, like, I would need more information because I'm definitely someone who stays in my lane. When you're saying that you have trust, I would need to know what type of trust. Even when we say irrevocable trust, there's different types of trust. And you're saying there's multiple people there and then they were removed. Did the grantors remove them? Because if it's an irrevocable trust, part of how they're structured, is that would be changing the document in a sense. So are you replacing the trustee? And so I can get very technical. So I would almost say I would need to look at the documents. But to answer your question, you led with 1031s, which we know is it's a tax play to when you were selling real estate to not have you be subject to a lot of the capital gains taxes with that asset. So, and then you said that you can't put money in a trust. You absolutely can put money in a trust. People put money in a trust all the time. Do you mean like when you think why? Well, let me start. Why do you think you can't put money in a trust?
Well, I was under the impression that there's certain things that you can put money that you can put in a trust, and funds, cash, the actual cash wasn't. You couldn't use that. That I was under the impression of that. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was properties and maybe gold, silver, maybe, but cash. I was under the impression that that couldn't be included into a trust.
Oh no, you can include cash in a trust. Thank you. That's a good question. So I'm not sure where that came from, but you can put any assets in a trust. So for example, when I was speaking of the example with the client and the grandchild, there was that $1 million was put into the trust because there was cash that was sitting aside. So you can fund a trust, and I hope y'all can see me. You can fund a trust with anything.
Quote unquote.
Mm-hmm. Quote unquote, right? So you can put jewelry, right? You can put deeds, you can put promissory notes. Chris can put his shoe collection, anything that has value. I've seen burial plots, right? Some people have fur coats. If you have a revocable living trust, you can reference all the contents in your house, right? If there's a piece of furniture that is very beloved to you or whatever, you can put that in a trust. You typically have to re-register or reference assets, but you can put anything in a trust. Cash is probably the number one thing that people do. The grandma and grandpa trust that I referenced, and I'll give a further example. So when we talk about, because some of you are doing really, really well, right, financially. And some of us, like you might set up a 529 for a child. But what wealthy individuals do, which is very common, is when a child is born, as soon as you have that birth certificate, is that you set up an irrevocable trust. That grandma, grandpa scenario, I call that grandma, grandpa trust. They do that all day, every day. So there's something called the annual exclusion amount. And that can be a whole other room too, which is an amount that the IRS sets every year, right? Because remember, these are the United States. Tax rules everything around us, the IRS, right? So it's called the annual exclusion amount. So for 2023, it's $17,000. That is very important and useful in estate planning. What is that used for? That is the amount that I could give every single person listening to this call, right? Including the person concerned about credentials. I'm just joking, guys, because yes, I have them, but I'm sorry. I can be a little petty at times. My apologies. Bad, Mickey. I can give $17,000 to each of you. You don't have to declare it as income, and I don't have to declare it as a gift to the IRS, which is important. So what grandma and grandpa does is they use that amount to gift, to fund this trust. So grandma can give $17,000, grandpa can give $17,000. It goes into this trust for the benefit of this grandchild. Mom and dad are trustees. It's irrevocable. This is also a way for the wealthy to remove assets from their estate. So remember that first conversation where I talked about you have that taxable estate, that limit that's set. So this is something that wealthy people utilize to gift. So let's just say that it is a grandma and grandpa. They have 2 children and they're married, and they also have grandchildren, right? So I offer free consultations, but I'll offer a free coaching strategy. And Chris, you can participate. To the first person in the chat mode, we'll have a little fun to see who's listening.
Okay.
So the first person that lets you know how much can grandma and grandpa remove from their potential taxable estate with that scenario. So let me break it down again. Each person can give up to $17,000 in 2023 tax-free, right? Meaning that you can give it to any random person without having to disclose to the IRS and that person needing to report it. So if grandma and grandpa have 2 adult children and the 2 adult children are married and the 2 children each have 2 grandchildren. So grandma and grandpa have 4 grandchildren, 2 children, and 2 sets of daughter-in-laws or son-in-laws. How much are they gifting every year to remove potentially from a taxable estate? And let me do the math myself over here.
There is a way that you can give more though.
Of course, there's always a way, but I said this one is tax-free and you don't have to report it to the IRS. And the person receiving the gift does not have to report it either.
My way is tax-free too. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Anybody in the chat?
Did anybody come up with that number?
Not
But
I
I'm-
think
yet.
I came up with a number. I think I got like
Oh,
272.
somebody said 34,000. I said 204,000. Brandon, you got 232? I
Who
must
gets,
have
so
missed-
you're right. We'll go with the person that
Not
even
too
did the
expensive.
calculations, right? Because I'm too lazy to do the calculation. So yes, grandma and grandpa are each going to give 17,000. So they're going to give 34,000 to each of those people. They're going to give 34,000 to their adult son. They're going to give 34,000 to their adult son's wife. They're going to give 34,000 to their adult daughter. They're going to give 34,000 to their adult daughter's wife. And they're each going to give
Wife or husband?
34,000. Oh, sorry, wife or husband. Well, you know what? We're all inclusive. We're going to give 30, and they're going to give 34,000 each to each of those 4 grandchildren. Look at God. So why is this important?
So that's
did you need to
34.
break down again?
What is it? 34,000 times what is 8? Or 30? Is
Right.
it?
So it's times 8. Yes, 34,000.
I did it. I did
Right.
17,000. Okay, I missed the kid.
So
Okay.
4 kids. So why is that important? This is very important, guys. This is like wealthy people 201. Why? Because remember we talked about Mo, that taxable estate, that
Yeah.
at death they come after you. So how do wealthy people remove money from their estate today so it's not taxable tomorrow? It's through this annual exclusion amount, $17,000. Pop it out every year. We would have transfers set up for dozens of clients to where every year, the first of the year, boom, it just goes off.
Now that example that you used,
Mhm.
that's deducted over the lifetime of the exclusion that you can gift from that 12 million. So if you wanted to give
No,
more,
it's not. It's not. That's why it's
Okay.
called the annual exclusion amount. So 2 seconds, sir. I'll let you go on. I just want to, because this is important. You don't have to give that $17,000. But remember, guys, when I say you don't want the IRS in your life, do you know that that's how the IRS typically gets people, is by tax evasion? If you report and kind of like leading to what that gentleman said, this is why wealthy people are not allowed to just gift large sums to anyone. Why? Because they would remove all the assets from their estate with no penalty. And the IRS is like, you can't do that, right?
but
So
if you
remember when I
Google,
said earlier,
if you
go
Google
ahead.
709 IRS 709 form.
Yep,
So
the
if you
gift
go
tax
over
form.
that or not, if you go over that amount, you just have to claim it and submit that form.
Right. And I was going to get to that, but this is the part where you don't have to submit the form.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the annual exclusion amount, sir?
Yes, I am. It goes up every year and it's deducted over your lifetime. Whatever you gift during the year, at the end, when you pass away, it gets deducted.
So that's kind of, okay. So the annual exclusion amount in this example, it's not deducted and you don't have to monitor it. Remember when I said that I could give each of you $17,000? I don't have to report that and you don't either. So it's not deducted. That's why it's the exclusion amount. That exclusion means that is the amount that we are legally allowed to gift, because it is still a gift. It's not a reportable gift.
Okay.
So Right. So this is different. This is different from what you're speaking of because the gift tax form,
Okay.
absolutely. That's why I
Let me,
said this
let
is
me,
a
let me Google
proper
that.
tax.
Let me Google that. Let me Google that.
I got it up
Oh,
on the
yeah.
screen.
No
Yeah.
problem. But yeah, so the person that got the 242, please reach out to me. And yes, I'll give you a free coaching session, which is my hourly
What's
rate
his
for that is
name?
I
so
thought it was
yay.
272. How much was it?
It was
Well, you know what? I
272.
didn't do the math. 34,000 times 8, but I didn't do the math, y'all. But yes,
272.
whoever,
72.
yeah, you
Brandon
did the
got
math.
it.
I was Brandon.
Congratulations. Brandon, yay, Brandon.
I was off, but I missed one of the kids. But wait a minute. Let me ask real quick before you go to where'd he go? I was trying. Oh, Spirit Life.
Excuse
Yes,
me.
man. Blessings, blessings. I'm here Googling some information. I do my research on things.
No, I want to ask you why you ain't never come on our show before. But I'm just trying to get you back because we don't know who you are, so I'm asking questions. That's all.
Now, I don't have a problem, sis. This is my first time. I
Yeah,
subscribed. It came up. It was something that I'm interested. I'm very
yeah.
financially literate to a certain point, and I believe in growth and learning. So this is the first time I seen it. So and when you invited me in, I just decided to come over.
Yeah, I was like, who is he? He asked some good questions. But anyways, I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. All right.
Yes.
I think I
And
got
I'm
yeah, I
on mute.
want
Check the chat too. There's a
And
lot
Mo,
of
I'll
stuff.
just,
in the
oh
chat.
wait,
I'll just
before you
say,
oh,
oh, may I just for 2 seconds? Because I appreciate, guys, like I said, I don't know everything. Absolutely, this is just information. I love this platform. Chris has told me about it when I talked to Mo. This is awesome sauce. I challenge you, absolutely. Verify everything. The law changes so much, like literally, there's so much updates, legislation, right? Y'all know that, I mean, look
yeah.
at the Supreme Court that just ruled about affirmative action that had been in place for 50 years. So absolutely, like you're not going to trust me, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I do want to read this though. If you just Google annual exclusion gift, because remember, we're talking about the IRS. They consider you giving someone a gift, right? So I'm going to read it. The tax-free, that's important. Let me pause there. Tax-free, I'm going to say it again. Tax-free.
Say tax-free
limit.
one more time.
Tax-free, y'all know I love tax-free. Tax-free, because I do not like to give up money, especially to the government, right? They have enough. Them and Apple, they're good. The tax-free gift limit, it is a limit, $17,000. In parentheses, it says gift tax exclusion. So yes, that's a room for another demo. Gift tax exclusion. So it is an exclusion to the tax because yes, there is a gift tax. We talked
Okay,
about a state tax.
so I
2
stand
seconds, sir.
reproved. I
2
stand
seconds.
reproved.
I'm
You are
so
right.
sorry.
I stand
May I
reproved.
finish? It's okay, sir. No problem. But may I finish? Because I would have gone into this detail anyway. There are gift taxes. There are estate taxes. There are taxes up the wazoo, right? So as a result of this, you can give up to $17,000 to as many people as you want in 2023 without having to worry about paying the federal gift tax. And if you're married, and this is just what I just put in when I looked it up on Microsoft Bing, your spouse can give it too. So I'm just sharing that to people. And I'll just end with a little joke, guys. And no offense, sir. It's perfectly fine to ask questions and to challenge information. That's great. What I tell the fellas is, fellas, right? You're given all these gifts. Well, now you can say, hey, boo, I'm sorry, I love you, but that lady said that I can't commit tax fraud and give you over $17,000 a year without filing a form. So there you go.
Yes,
I hope I helped y'all out.
Oh, and you ain't got
and
a
if you
word
file,
because
and if you
hey, listen, you
and
talking about to the fellas.
if you file the form, that will be deducted. Anything over 17,000 is deducted.
Well, you talking about the fellas. I already do this to guys, so this
Mo, the ladies too, right?
I
Ladies,
write everybody
okay.
off.
There
Hey,
you
I
go.
try to tell them. I told them that I write off everything, but then nobody want to believe me.
Who didn't want to
Nobody
believe?
want to believe me.
Yeah, I know how
I
you
write
operate.
Hey, I write off everything. Shoot, mess that. Because if the IRS gonna tax everything, then I'm writing off everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know how you operate. So
Can I ask you a question in reference to gifts? So, um, is gift broken out only in this case monetary, or can a tangible gift equate or valuable? Can we put a dollar price on that?
That's a great question, Mo. And now you're playing checkmate. So absolutely. You can monetize just about anything. So services, and again, that's a little complex, but absolutely. When people say pro bono, right, for these attorneys, you think that they're just sending these attorneys out to do pro bono cases and they're not taking in or taking advantage of and monetize value for those services? Absolutely. You're absolutely right. That's
So
there you go. That's
I can
thinking.
send you out the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I can send you out the door with $17,000 worth of Apple. Are
Well,
you
it's
saying
always
that?
yeah, no, but and the reason, so I be gifting, so I have paparazzi jewelry, right? And it's for the year. If I don't care. What you mean? This IRS made the rules.
Mo over here trying to get somebody caught up.
Ain't nobody getting caught up. Nothing. They made the rule. Now I ain't about to say what I say. Let me ask Price question because you about to get fired. Price asked the question. He said, let me find it before we move on. He said, can tax liabilities be reduced by move? No, not that one. It was something about lump sum. Oh, here it is. On a beneficiary IRA, would you lump sum or spread over 10 years?
Oops. Okay.
Yeah,
So great question.
yes, you can. Yes, you can. 72T.
No, he's asking, would you lump sum it or would you spread it over 10 years?
You
So
can. I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Nikki.
oh, no problem. So it's so a question like that, I think it really depends. So I love to give examples, guys. So a client a couple of years ago passed away, 2 sons, both in their 50s. One was like, he was like a hedge fund manager. He took his inherited IRA. He just took it all outright. Like literally, we settled it one day. The next day, a wire went out. He took it 100%. He paid the tax because with the distributions from an inherited IRA, it's ordinary income, right? So it's just attributed to the income. So if your salary is like 100,000 or 50,000 and you take a distribution, it's going to be added to that. And you're going to be taxed on it, not when you take the distribution out, but when you file your taxes. You get a 1099 for distributions from your IRA. If you can invest that, go right ahead. Like this, one of the brothers, right? And we knew it. He no telling what he did with that money. He just took it outright. He handled the taxes. However, he popped it out and he invested it. But some people, so when I say it depends on the beneficiary, it really depends. Do they need that level of protection, right? Because here's where the strategy is. You take required minimum distributions. They're attributed in the year that you take the distribution. So we have January 1 to 12/31. So this is a little bit of the strategy that I like to employ. What is your taxable income for that year, right? Or do you want to maybe not take a required amount out, right? Maybe you want to push it through. Maybe you want to offset those distributions between year 1 and year 2 or another year when maybe you have less taxable income. Because remember, guys, the personal income tax schedule is aggregated. It's not just a flat fee. So some of you may not want to have additional income in certain years, right? Think about someone who is like an entrepreneur, right? Where you have a year where you don't have a lot of taxable income. So there's a strategy in that. So I hope I answered that question. It's just a lot. It's just different considerations, basically, because it's not necessarily which strategy works better. Like I said, I've seen some people that they're just like, you know what, just let me take all this money out. But you do have that 10-year option to do the stretch. And I will say that legislation is still under contention. Like literally, the IRS got a lot of flack about them changing those inherited IRAs. So they are still reviewing that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually, made some additional adjustments. So just kind of keep aware of that. The best
Well,
place to
let me ask you a question about that right there.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Is that a situation where it's transferred upon death? Can I leave it in a decedent's name until I'm required to take it at 70 and a half?
Okay, so first, the RMD age is no longer 70 and a half. That was changed with the new Secure Act 2.0. I think it immediately went to, did it go to 72, Chris? And then I think, so it's going to ratchet up every year. I think in 2024, it's going to be, is it 2023, y'all? Yes, 2024, it's going to be 73 up until 75.
73.
Yes, so it's no longer 70 and a half, sir. It hasn't, yeah, that change was Secure Act 2.0. So
I mean, I haven't read this in a long time, but I know about it. So what is the gist of it is, can I leave it in a decedent's name until I'm required to take it at 73 and a half?
Because that's a pretty technical question not to have read about it, but no problem. Can you repeat that question again? Because you're saying decedent. I don't know anybody that randomly says decedent. Decedent, guys, is the person that passes away. That's how we refer to that, decedent.
Okay, so my wife passes away, or not even my wife. My grandfather passes away, and left it to me, and it's his. I want to leave it in his name until I'm required to take it at 73 and a half.
Okay, so you are the beneficiary of an IRA belonging to your grandfather? Is that what you're stating?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. And I want to leave it in his name until 73 and a half. You corrected me on that.
So, okay. So for inherited IRAs, those are different distribution rules. The RMD requirement does not apply. The RMD requirement, which is a required mandatory distribution, because remember, IRAs are specifically designed and engineered to save for retirement. They are tax deferred vehicles. So the IRS basically says for traditional IRAs, not Roths, the IRS basically says for traditional IRAs, okay, you've let this money cook. At a certain age, you have to start taking this money out. It's a calculation based on the 1231 year in value, your age, right? But for an inherited IRA, those are different withdrawal and distribution rules. So it's not how it is when it's your name. So you cannot leave it in your grandfather's name. You do not have that option because your grandfather would no longer be here, right? He is the decedent. He has passed away. It has passed down to you. So as the beneficiary, it is now taxed under your date of birth, right? That account value and the calculation for a required minimum distribution from an inherited IRA, or we call them sometimes beneficial IRAs, is based on your information. Your grandfather's date of death and date of birth is date of birth is included in that calculation, right? So I just wanted to state that you don't have the option. The stretch option for inherited IRAs now, this is unless you are a spouse. So this will be another room. If you are a spouse, you have completely different options. You can take that IRA and actually put it in your name. Those are the only options allowed for a spouse. It's called a spousal IRA. So a spouse has two options. You can actually put it in your name, in which case you would be required to wait until at least 59 and a half to take it without additional penalty, or when you're forced to start taking it out. Or a spouse can also do the inherited option, which means that they can take distributions out without penalty, but then you have that 10-year stretch option. I know that was super technical, guys, but did that answer your question, sir?
Thank you. I'm listening. I'm gonna do my research on that. I appreciate that. I really do.
You're welcome. No problem.
I just want to say you're
questions?
cooking. I'm sorry. I just want to say you're cooking with gasoline, and I thank you for coming on the show and kicking butt. I'm the prize winner, and I was wondering if you could just go ahead and get my consultation to Mo, if that's all right.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you. That is very sweet. Yes, absolutely.
You hear that, Mo?
You gotta prepare for Mo's $1 billion from that lottery winning. Absolutely.
No, Mo. Yeah,
Well,
she
I'm gonna
might
win the
be.
lottery. What you talking about?
Look, she ain't even here. She's knocked out.
long as you
I'm
give me
not
my
sleep.
cut.
I'm
Give me my
wide.
cut.
Listen, I even got my light on. I don't even turn my light on when we on the streams.
But you got the snuggies
Well,
still
Look,
tucked. Though.
I got.
Bo,
I,
you
ah,
over there half asleep. Look at her eyes.
I'm not asleep.
Eyes low. Eyes low
I'm
like
not asleep. I'm over here. No, I'm over here trying to get these. I'm trying to bookmark some of these.
Oh, and
the
guys,
earth
I'm happy to put information in the group thing too.
trap.
Yeah, because that's actually why I prefer to have the articles, because sometimes they're updated, and I usually prefer valid sources. Like the article today was like from Nationwide, so I will give like some nuggets. I love to go to validated sources like custodians. When I say custodian, I mean like Fidelity, like Nationwide, Schwab. Why? Because they are paid to update this information, and they change it all the time. I'll just go off on a tangent for 2 seconds. In my opinion, not to make it political, but you guys know that there's a lot of information that's under attack. All of a sudden, these things that have been in place for decades are now being challenged. Estate planning. The IRS just made a ruling about gifting assets to a grantor trust, an irrevocable trust. So why is that you think that now they're making
watching TikTok? They watching TikTok.
They're
They
watching TikTok.
watching TikTok, and they
and
know we getting that info, and a lot of people, although they are not doing it. I mean, they're not doing right by the people, but a lot of people are luring people in on classes and services and things of that nature off of half-baked information. Go ahead, Chris.
Yo Mo. She don't really know about these type of people like that. I had to
I'm
tell
sorry.
her. I had to tell her who these social media people were. She don't know any of those people like that. Like when I told her about them, she was like, "No, I never heard of them," because she deals with real people with real money, and some of these classes and programs that these people charging, is insane. When I told her that the one dude was charging $40,000 for his for his program, she was like, "What?" Like, no way. Let me go to this guy's page.
I didn't even believe that. That is insane. Because yes, when you have a high net worth and you're going to these firms, like you will fly halfway across the country to pitch to them. They don't pay anything. And first of all, that's illegal if you're dealing with a fiduciary. Like you can't charge them for stuff like that. So yeah, when Chris showed me that, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. $40,000 before you even manage their assets? That is crazy.
Yeah. And they have are charging them $2,000 just to say what you said. Now, granted, matter of fact, I don't take for granted the information that you're putting out, because this is not, well, when you hear a lot of people, it's taboo for them to give the details, such as what you and I do on a daily basis of trying to help our people, because we know we're not tuned in. This, because we don't hear it all the time, and these aren't courses that you take in school. These are like electives. They like, you can take it if you want to. If you don't want to, you have to. That kind of thing. But like you said, we don't think about this until people pass. And I deal a lot with those who have homes or inherit homes. Matter of fact, I just had this lady. She's 57. I tried to get her some help with USDA, and one of the documents we have to submit is the deed. And I missed it because her name and her aunt name is so close. And so they sent it back, and they said, "Hey, can you send me a document that says she owns the property?" I'm like, "I did." So now when I called her. She was so mad. She said, "I've been living in this house all my life." And I said, "Well, wouldn't y'all have to I said, "Where's your aunt?" She lived next door. I said, "So nobody thought about changing the paperwork?" Like, okay, tell your aunt she has to apply. Yeah. So I have every year when I go out in the rural area to do housing repairs, they don't either the only word that gets shared is probate. So they'd be like, I ain't do probate or something, but that's like the only word that comes out. Nobody talks about the other ways to secure your assets. So I definitely appreciate the show, you know.
Oh, you're welcome. And I'm happy to come back. Because like I said, being on Clubhouse, you know, my personal story, because I'm always happy to share, you know, I was a corporate person very much. Shout out to that 9 to 5, right? And my baby turned 18 last year. And I don't know if it was just COVID. Being on Clubhouse, I learned that we do not know about how money works. And it absolutely scared the bejesus out of me. I will be open with you guys. I will be straight. It scared. I have these conversations with Chris. It scared the living daylights. I am talking to people that are making $500,000 a year in their business without a single document, no protection, no will, no trust, no nothing, barely using a CPA, right? And I was like, oh my God. So I was like, you know what? I formed Wealth Financial Flowers. I focused on coaching and strategy, education for our community, because that's where the true legacy is. It's not the money, right? Because if you don't have wealth during this lifetime and you qualified, you know, physically, we can get you a life insurance policy. But if we do not have these discussions, if you do not indoctrinate your children into being comfortable with money, right? So that they're not fascinated with money, right? Then they're going to vet their spouses or their potentials, right? Amen. To make sure they are properly aligned. This is the true legacy that we need to have. It's going to take generations, because right now, I will say this, we're far too fascinated with money. And that's what I tell people. Your salary is not your wealth. Wealth is something that's literally sitting on a shelf. You have no intention of using it. You're keeping an eye on it. I see you over there. It has a purpose for retirement. It has a purpose for future grandbabies. It has a person for future business acquisition. So thank you guys so much for this platform. I've seen a lot of the nuggets that you share. We need more groups like this. We need to normalize these conversations. Absolutely. I'm more than happy to share. Wealth Financial Flowers is intentional. It stems from, we all need a garden to collective resources. So Mo, you are in my garden now. Chris is reluctantly in my garden, right? You guys,
I got a question. I got two. Right. I got two questions too when you're done.
Sure. And it's, so when I say Wealth Financial Flowers, guys, I mean, you know, if Mo is in one of your gardens that you're listening, she may not benefit you, but guess what? Someone passing by, maybe your neighbor, maybe your grandchild, maybe your spouse. So some things are going to be pretty, some things we have to weed out, and some things you are going to utilize and cultivate. So that's absolutely where the idea of Wealth Financial Flowers was born. So it's very intentional. So happy to be here and be happy to come back to discuss these things. You will literally have to shut me off. But yes, what were those questions?
The first, you listen, I was saying to myself, McKee gonna take over my urban economic empowerment show.
Oh, no. This is your baby. I am learning from you as well.
And look, we need to know so much. Like, we so behind. Like, oh my God. But anyways, the first one is if you could speak to so we know, you know, the last president, how he did it was he loaned his money out. He loaned it. He didn't gift anything. He just loaned it all out, kept it on his balance sheets, and stayed in the negative type of deal. That part, and then the other one was given to a nonprofit. I think I just seen somebody get in trouble for over contributing to a nonprofit. I think I just seen that.
Was it Robert Frederick Smith, the billionaire?
It could be that just happened, right? Over gifting to a nonprofit, right?
Yeah, he's an informant too. Okay, we ain't gonna go into that, but go ahead.
So that was a great question. So I will say that for nonprofits, that is very much a bastion of the wealthy. So a lot of families create foundations, right? At the firms that I'm with, it's a tax play. They're very charitable, but it's also a tax play, right? So I just Googled gifts to private foundations are generally tax deductible by the owner. but the amount deducted is limited by the donor's adjusted gross income. So that's a fancy way of saying you can only deduct as much off a percentage of you make your adjusted gross income. So that AGI means like, we know what that means too. Like I make $100,000. I'm putting 20,000 in my traditional IRA, my 401k. Therefore, my adjusted gross income is now 80 grand, right? So that's technical. That's probably where he got in trouble. You can donate as much as you want. You could donate $5 million. There's no limitations on that, right? So foundations and those things are also one of those special classes of entities by the IRS that have a lot of extra ability because they want to incentivize people to gift. Right. But the limit, there's a cash limit sometimes based on the amount that you can deduct, the deductible amount. There's a different percentage for hard assets. So it can get a little technical, but absolutely, you can get in trouble if you don't do the reporting properly, which is usually where people get into trouble, I find, or it's not a 501c3. It has to be explicitly a 501c3, a nonprofit.
Right. So if they give $5 million cash to the nonprofit, and because I've heard this, so that's why I'm asking. Because I try to tell them I don't think they're not gonna get around taxes. Either way it go, you can't just take that nonprofit because it's based on the costs or the paperwork that you put in for it, and just take it and just start spending from the nonprofit to buy what you want. To go and buy all the assets so that you can get taxed, so they can be tax free.
Yes, and that is how Donald Trump got into trouble. So that is a great point, Mo. So where people run into problems is depending on if it's a foundation or a nonprofit, a charity, right? So they're similar but different. With a foundation, like a private foundation is jurisdictioned a lot differently than a nonprofit organization. So you're right. Let's take, for example, the Trump nonprofit, because everyone can look this up. Where he got into trouble is that there are IRS tax calculations that stipulate how much you have to gift each year. And if you think about this, right, think about it from the sense of you're the IRS and wealthy people already have enough deductions. If there were no restrictions whatsoever, what would they do? They would just put all their money in a foundation and do whatever they wanted. So the IRS basically says, no. We're already giving you a significant discount by funding. And let's all start saying funding these entities, because that's what you're doing. You're funding the entity. So no, you can't just keep that money in there for perpetuity forever and not give us anything and just pay for your new Lamborghini or whatever. That's what the icky ticky talk say, but that will get you in trouble. So Donald Trump's foundation was actually found to be in violation. And I will say, had it been anyone else, they would have been put in jail because that's tax fraud. They were taking in this charity, taking in the dollars. The IRS is giving these people donations, and probably him and his family personally, but they were not paying out those charities. You have to pay out those charities. You have to do exactly what you said. A lot of the heat that Black Lives Matter took, which is in how they're set up. Right. So when you have those foundations, you have those charities, be careful. Those are heavily IRS jurisdictioned entities. You do not get to make things up. Right. You're not really going to skirt the law. So beware. And I don't care what those icky ticky talks tell you. Donald Trump was found to be in violation. The state of New York is very specific. They have to petition the state of New York, him and his children that served as trustees or board of directors, because they violated foundation rules and regulations. And they were forced to give out those gifts to those charities because he was doing things like using the funds to buy portraits of himself or something. So absolutely. Great point. And I will add to what you were saying. So the amount, you can give whatever you want. You may not be able to deduct it. So for example, Elon Musk is one of my favorites to bring up just because, I love Elon. I pick on Elon a lot, but so anyone can look this up. Elon Musk has a foundation. A lot of these wealthy individuals do. Y'all notice when these athletes, they come out and they say, hey, I have this foundation, right? Oprah's foundation. Foundations can give to each other. tax play. So
Mhm.
Mo, my foundation can now gift to your foundation, can gift
Mhm.
to Chris's foundation, can gift to Brandon's foundation. This is Wealthy 101. We can all gift to each other's foundations from our foundations, right? Keep the party
Mhm.
going. So Elon has donated at least $257 million. Now, here's a further little nugget I'll give you guys. Let's just use Elon, right? We know Elon is Mr. Tesla. So he probably got in, of course, not got in, but Tesla probably his cost basis on those shares is what, ridiculous? $1 maybe.
Mm.
So this is a tax strategy. How do you get rid of that low cost basis, especially for those of you that have been stock investors for a long time, stock that's in your, when you invest in your personal accounts, you gift those low cost basis shares to your foundation. Now, when you sell them, you don't have that cost basis and that tax. That's checkmate. It's a strategy. Everything's a strategy. Everything is about tax. Trust me. The icky ticky tax won't tell you. Everything is about tax. It's not about income. It's about tax. So great question, Mo.
Yeah, because I know they trying to avoid them, and I'll be like, man, just pay these people them tax, because you
Pay the
can make
people the
it.
tax. Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
Figure it out.
yeah,
Because
because you can make the money back. You can make the money back. You make the money back, you still gonna get taxed. Where it go?
You will get taxed one form or fashion, right? The rate. So it depends. That's what I tell people. Like, it depends. Do you want, there's passive income tax, right? There's short-term gains tax. Because I hear a lot of you are traders. We know this. There's short-term gains. There's long-term gains. There's, you name it. When you sell a property, if it's your primary residence, you get that 250,000 exclusion. 500 if you're, it's just like, so thank you so much for this space, guys, because we do need to get technical, because what we hear is, oh, I don't have to pay tax. Well, you not only might not necessarily going to jail, but the IRS just admitted that Black people are disproportionately audited, even though you don't disclose that information on your tax return. Hello, they're going to come after you first. Look at all those PPP people that you see that they paraded around, right? So no, I don't play with the alphabet mafia, not the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, the FTC, the DOL, the DOJ, none of them people, right?
Just pay the
I don't need
tax.
those kinds of problems in my
So let's
life.
back this up.
Absolutely not.
So if you gonna, so if I win the 900 million and I get I walk away with my little 500 mil, and I already give them their tax money. I think you answered this already, but I just want to make sure. And I put it, I'm looking to only put it in places that's going to either give me some cash producing assets, or I'm looking to put it in places where my money could be insured. So when you talk about securing that kind of money in asset classes, we are looking to put that in places where it's going to be insured, right? We're not just going to put the money somewhere and then it has a cap on the insured amount, right? Because if I'm understanding you correctly, the assets that are going to be in your estate, well, anything you own is in your estate. So if I'm doing bank accounts, I'm doing stocks, bonds, real estate, right? And all of that has an FDIC value to it. So where would I put $5 million? I mean, $500 million. Something gonna get lost in the sauce, right?
So I'm happy to take you through that exercise, because that would be fun. So it just depends. When I say it depends, so a strategy that can be utilized for, let's just say that someone wins the lottery, right? You know that you're going to want to be charitable. Mo's winning the lottery. What I would do is, let's just say you said, you know what, I've won the lottery. So a strategy might be to establish that foundation before you claim the funds, or when you claim the funds. And then, so you said if you won 900 million, you get 500 million because 40% goes to tax. Well, guess what? Maybe if there was 100 million of that money that was gifted outright to a foundation, then, right, you've already lost a lot of that because you're going to pay federal tax, but now you've offset the amount of that tax that you're paying because you've made an outright deposit into your foundation. Does that make sense? You've mitigated that tax. And now you have 100 million sitting in your foundation that you were going to gift out anyway. So that would be number one.
Gosh.
Right. Yep. So that would be that's actually what I would personally do if I want a significant sum of money. I'm going to mitigate some of the federal tax that I owe by putting some of that directly in a foundation and taking advantage of that. Remember, because that's now my income. I won the lottery. I got income. So I'm going to offset some of that by making a charitable contribution into my own foundation. That's actually something I would do myself. So
now the type of foundation, you know, you can do a lot of things. So I need to set my foundation up where I'm gonna give away houses because I'm still trying to get this money.
Yes, but then though, like now that becomes a tax consideration when you make those gifts, right? You can have a board of directors. So that's the strategy. That's why I caution people. I tell people what wealthy people do is plan. What wealthy people do is plan in generations. If you can't plan in generations, plan in decades. If you can't plan in decades, plan as far ahead as you can. We tend to plan 3 to 5 business days. That's our problem. Planning.
Right. So you talking taking the 500 mil and for my children's. So it will always, you know, there will always be money there for the next person down the line.
Absolutely. That's generational wealth. That's why we know who the Rockefellers are. That's why we know who the Vanderbilts are. That's why we know who the Carnegies are, because you cannot have generational wealth unless you have protected assets, meaning you don't leave it to chance. So the way that I plan, like for you, Mo, I would literally have you sit and say, you know, what access do you want your future beneficiaries to have to this money? And when I say access, I mean, do you want them to have jurisdiction over it immediately? By the way, the average age that 90% of the trust I've encountered give trusteeship, meaning the ability for the beneficiaries to oversee their money themselves at about age 35. It's not
35.
under
I knew you was gonna say 35. Yeah.
35. Because usually by the time you're 35, you're not really so goofy. You know, you see, you know, somebody's got a big booty. You don't get as excited, right? You settle down. For most of us, some of you will pray for you. Still too fascinated by body parts. I'm sorry. I get a little adult after 10 o'clock.
Fired. Shots fired. Okay.
Y'all know who y'all are. That's what I'm saying. It's really that fascinating, but okay. So
that's right.
But 35. So this is literally an exercise I do with clients. I say, okay, what kind of access do you want them to have? Do you want them to just, you know, live their best life? Because what I will tell you is if you want it to truly be generational, can someone help me out? If you really want it to be generational, is your trust going to be more restrictive or less restrictive when it comes to distributions?
More.
It's going to be more restrictive.
More. Because you want that money to last. So Mo is not going to run the risk, right? Because again, you don't know. You don't know what those future little people are going to be like, or those other people. And also what I tell people, you don't know what their spouses are going to be like. You don't know what their children are going to be like. Amen. You don't know. Yes, the plan, always the cuckoo heads, always, right? So that's what because I hear people say all the time, well, my son is really good with money. They've got a great job. They went to school, right? They've got a good girlfriend. They've got a good head on their shoulders. But you don't know. The children could be icky. Her mom
$1 million in their hand.
Yes. And people don't change after you go on that other side of heaven. They don't. It just gets worse. So you plan for the unknown. That's the protection. You're protecting your family. You're protecting your legacy. You're protecting the assets. So if you said to me, you know what, I've got this $500 million, Miki, I want this to last until Jesus comes. I want it to last forever. Okay. So we're going to be restrictive. We're going to put a limitation within the body of that document that states that no more than 5% of the trust, the corpus or the principal, right? The principal can be distributed in 1 year. That means that it doesn't matter if there's one beneficiary or there's 50 beneficiaries in 100 years, no more than 5% of the principal is going to be distributed. Why? Because that means that the principal is going to pass from generation to generation because you put a restriction on it. So that trust is also going to dictate what type of assets the trustees can invest in on behalf of that trust, right? Maybe you're going to say, you know what, I love crypto, but it's too risky. So maybe your trust says no crypto. Maybe your trust says you are inheriting real estate that I'm putting in this trust, but you know what, y'all don't have the right to sell this real estate. So maybe your trust says, you know what, you've inherited this business, it's inside this trust, but you can't sell it. You can only sell it to each other. You can't sell this real estate to outside people. You can only sell it back to the trust. So that's where the devil, that's what I tell people, that's where the devil is in the details, right? All of those things are going to be in there. Maybe your trust is going to say, you know what, I'm going to pay for all college education, but you can't have money to get a down payment for a house unless you completed your degree. That is perfectly legal and reasonable. I've seen that restriction a lot of times. So it just depends. And you put all of that in your document. And that is how true generational wealth is achieved. And then you might say, as further protection, you know what? I don't know who's going to be in my family that's going to oversee this, because this is first generation wealth and we're not used to it. So then I'd say, you know what, Mo, you have $500 million. Let's go interview corporate trustees, because Bank of America has been here forever. Chase has been here forever. Northern Trust has been here forever. So let's get these professionals that are going to oversee these assets from generation. And that's how that is also leveraged.
Mute your mic.
Yeah, mute your mic, brother.
Mute. You dropping your Spirit Life, mute. Let me mute him.
Yeah, I just wanted to buttress your point and add to that comment about the sister that won that money. She has to know we live in a litigious society. And once you get that money, you're a target, right? So we want to control, not own. So what I would do, I would get a company to sign the back of that lotto ticket, and the company would be owned by the trust, and I would be an employee. If I want some money, I'm an employee. I make moves that way. This way, if something happens, you run into somebody or you bump into somebody, anything could happen. They can't get your winnings. They're just going to get a portion of whatever you make a year. That's what I would do. And in regards to, you get a sharp attorney that's a tax attorney, and you get him to email his opinion on something, whatever it is. Listen, I tell my attorneys, listen, I'm getting old. I'm on the 5th floor. Just send me your opinion, man, so they don't think I'm trying to, really memorialize it. But I am. So when I go into court, listen, I'm not a professional. This guy passed the bar. This is the advice he gave me. So you just got to be smarter than other people and know that everybody's trying to get in your pocket. That's it. And you do your research.
I agree, Mo. Do your research for sure. But so to take it back to something we talked about earlier, remember, and I'd like us to think of those terms: gifting, funding, right? So be careful with some of these entities, because remember what I said in the very beginning, it may be a taxable event. If you're going outside of your house, or if you're going from social security number to a different entity, tax ID or social, that just may be construed as a taxable event, depending on the asset, depending on the wrapper. Remember, trust, partnership, LLC, foundation, all the entities, all of the things. If you go to the IRS and look up entities, there's so many, right? So it may be considered a taxable event. And what I would like to tell people is, just because you get away with it does not mean that it is going to stand. Just like with, I'll give an example of assets that are used if a loved one is on Medicaid and they're put into a nursing home. And you see this on the Icky Tiki Talks, just sell your house to your kids for $1. Please don't do that. There's a look back period where the IRS will actually look back on assets. And if they find that you removed assets from grandma and grandpa's name in order to not have them on paper because they go into Medicaid, they will come after you. There might be penalties, and they will charge back. And we know that the IRS is brutal and ruthless. They do not sleep. They will. Yeah, they will find out. They always do. This side of heaven or the other.
Mute. Let me mute him. Oh, there you go. He muted.
But that's great, Mo. Did you have another question? And yes, guys, it's so necessary that we have these conversations. So whatever your takeaway, right? Don't listen to me. I'm literally just a talking head. Please, what I want you to do is do your own research. And what I will say is, unless there are any questions, I'll give what I normally give when I head out, because I love to scare people. I do it personally and professionally. If you do not wake up tomorrow and your family or loved ones, especially your children, they do not have a plan, or they do not know, number one, where your documents are, where your assets are, right? How to access them. If there's a baby involved, a child, and no one knows where to drop that child off to daycare, how to get in your house, who has a key to your home. If you don't know what would happen in that scenario, if you did not wake up tomorrow, you have work to do. Best believe that you need to handle it now while you were this side of heaven, especially those of you with spouses and children. You have no excuse. None. And for the spouses, mom and dad with little people, both of you don't make it home. Now what? Who's getting the kids? Who's feeding the dog? Where's the pediatrician's information? Right? Do you have a special needs child? Do you have a special needs trust provision in your estate planning documents? Is there an estate planning document? Does Big Mama need $10,000 to tide her over to feed the kids, or to fly from California or wherever to come and take care of the children? Who is responsible for the kids? Who's responsible for the money? Who's the executor? Who's the trustee?
So how do you? So
yes.
what's the fee? I guess so. The last question would be, I'm sure someone would ask, is what is the fee to establish all of these protocols or these legal processes?
It depends. That's my favorite answer. So what I will tell people, I know that the TikTok say everybody needs a trust. 60% of us probably don't need a trust, right? If you have an IRA or something that's going to pass out right to your beneficiaries, what's more important is to really start having these money conversations. Maybe one day, Mo, there can be a whole room on financial planning for little people, right? And what that looks like. So that's the most important thing. The second thing is take inventory. Because when you go to talk to a professional, right, estate planning attorneys are great, but they're not really going to ask you who's the crazy people in your family. They may or may not. They're going to establish those documents to protect you. But those of you that know that you have foolishness in your family, right, you need extra provision. So I'll give an example. If there's a crazy baby mama or baby daddy, and you are in a second marriage or a second relationship, and the father or mother of your children is going to act the fool, because you are the buffer that protects your spouse from that crazy person, you need a restrictive planning, because that child is probably going to have a claim on your assets. But do you really want for that crazy baby mama or baby daddy to have to deal with your husband or your wife? Absolutely not. You need something restrictive. Maybe you need a separate insurance policy with that person, or an uncle or a cousin or someone else to oversee those assets, so that that person does not even have to deal with your surviving spouse. Okay. So I ask those questions. But you need to ask yourself those questions, right? People do not change after death. They only get worse. So keep it real. Do not leave Big Mama in charge of anything if you know that your brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins are constantly going to Big Mama's house and taking advantage of her. Don't leave her the money, because do not create a burden for your loved ones by leaving them wealth that they are not prepared for this side of heaven. There's no class that they can take to teach them how to be good stewards of wealth. Some of us are making money and acting a damn fool right now. It's not going to get better. So Write down your inventories. When I say inventory, that is the legal definition, how we refer to it. That's everything that you own from the rooter to the tutor. So that's your IRAs, your accounts, your 403Bs, your 457s, your pensions, your crypto wallets, your assets, right? Your Nike collection, your whatever, every single thing that has value to you, including your debt, your mortgage, right? Your line of credit, all of these things, because yes, debt is something that you own and that can also be held against you. Student loans, all of these things. So prepare all of that information before you go to speak to a financial professional, because that is going to help, because you cannot protect what you can't even list that you know that you own, right? So then you're going to go through your family dynamics. You're going to start with, who are you responsible for? Do you have a spouse? Are there parents that you take care of? An auntie, as Mo mentioned, maybe there's going to be some guardianship that occurs with children that are outside of your house. Is there a foundation, a sorority, a business you want to leave money to, your alma mater? All of those things matter because you need to write that out. Then I want you to sit and think before you engage with professionals, right? Depending on which professional you engage with, how do you want this to play out, right? So fellas, this is quite customary. I'll give an example. That's a really big deal. For those of you that, because we don't know when the other person is going to the other side of heaven, do you want your spouse to inherit everything outright, especially if you have children outside the relationship? Right? You may not want your, and I don't want to be a pick-me-show. So ladies, same difference. Do you want him to have full jurisdiction over your money if you have children from a prior relationship, or if you have little children now? So this is something that you guys need to discuss. Do you want the family to have access to those assets? Maybe, maybe not. Right? So having those conversations before you get to that person, so that way you can tell the estate planning attorney, look, this is our second marriage. We both have adult children, right? So we want to give very specific gifts to each of those adult children, but there is a fool that is a child. That child's assets need to go in trust because we don't trust his wife. Boom, there you go. You can do that, right? So, and I'll reference the state of Texas because I'm in Texas. For some of you, if you have significant assets, and I'll say significant assets are anything that might be considered taxable. So let's just say for right now, we'll put that number at about $1 million. So your net worth, your home, not your IRAs, those are different. Remember, beneficiaries there, that's different. Property, those of you with significant real estate, business interests, you probably need a more robust plan. That could probably be anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 by one of the better estate planning attorneys. But that's going to be all of your documents. They do the complement and call them the ancillary. So your power of attorneys, your medical power of attorneys, your durable statutory, right? Your do not resuscitate, all of your things, guardianship if you need it, a complex will, which means that trust will be created at your death with funding instructions, all of the 9 yards, right? The average person probably $1,000 to $3,000 for everything, if that. So good question. And it depends on your state. Those of you in New York and California, I'm so sorry. Those are really poo-poo states. Like there's the state of Pennsylvania, or a couple of states even have additional taxes that they pass on to each beneficiary for inheriting assets. If you're in a state like that, you need more tax mitigation. You may also need a CPA to chime into your estate planning because you are going to have a tax consideration. So you can't just go and put things on paper without considering the tax implications. And some of you are going to need a financial planner to really look at the growth of your assets to see if you can do estate planning strategy this side of heaven to mitigate that estate tax later. I have a very long answer to just about every question because it really does depend. But that was a good one. That was a good one. And I will state, especially if you're in Houston, I know of a lot of resources. Depending on your income level, there are places throughout the city. I volunteer with some as a notary, where for mom and dad, because I don't want y'all to just get yours done. I want you to make sure your parents and your grandparents have their stuff too. We lose Big Mama's house, and we really need to stop doing that because we're losing wealth in our communities. Don't lose Big Mama's house. Get Big Mama's documents too. There are community centers and agencies that will actually take care of the estate planning documents for our seniors, especially if they were lower income. So you don't have to pay for them. So great question.
Mo? Mo done fell asleep.
No, I didn't fall asleep. Man, listen, I don't know.
Like I said, Mo fell asleep.
I did not fall asleep.
Oh no, like Chris said, Mo fell asleep. I do have a question for you, one more, if you don't mind. This is something
Sure.
easy. You have any strategies for? I know you talk about Roth IRAs, but do you have anything for traditional IRAs?
Oh, sure. I love IRAs altogether. So using a traditional IRA or a 401k, a traditional 401k, it offsets your taxable income. So for example, for young people, I routinely might tell them to use the traditional because it lowers your taxable base, right? And because remember, when you're making that contribution pre-tax, you automatically get an increase, right? So if your taxable rate, your federal taxable rate is at 20%, you've automatically made 20% on your dollar by virtue of putting it into that traditional bucket. So, you know, you beat the S&P 500. We forget about that. That is an immediate benefit that you see. You don't have to wait until you file your tax return. So yeah, I love IRAs equally. Because not everyone can. Sometimes that 1,500 or 2,000 makes a difference. So like for young people staying at home, you know, they're making 40, 50, 60, whatever that amount. I might have them consider, you know, because they'll be able to take care of that tax later when they retire, especially if they're young, right? That money will sit and cook for 20, 30, 40 years. They'll be able to handle that tax when they take the distributions later. But taking advantage of the pre-tax deduction might be more beneficial to them today, especially because it's so powerful for lowering your taxable income and also funding your HSA as well, which functions the same way as an IRA. So I love utilizing tax strategy because that's also what wealthy people do. And yes, investing in your IRAs is absolutely a tax strategy.
I think I have a traditional and a Roth.
Yes, so you can have a traditional and a Roth. You cannot max them out both. So for 2023, the annual contribution amount is $6,500. You get an extra $1,000 if you're over 50 or over. So you can't max out both. The IRS will get you. So you can make a combination as long as you don't go above that cap for both. However, you can max out your 401k as well as a Roth or traditional. So that's another benefit. So that's why those company retirement plans are so important. Everyone can do that regardless of income because there are income limitations to a Roth. And actually for traditional IRAs, there are income limitations to taking the deduction, which happy to provide if anyone is that. It's pretty high.
Rewind. Okay, you just said you can't do it, and then you just said you can.
What do you mean? You can't, and then you can? Can what?
I said I have a traditional and I have a Roth.
Right. You can't make max contributions to both. You can contribute to both, but you cannot max out the contributions to each.
Okay.
So you have.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to find out if he's making earned income, portfolio income, real estate income. That's the only way he can deal with the Roth.
No, that's not true. So who's that's speaking?
So the Roth IRA, it's not earned income?
The IRAs are the same, sir. They're both individual retirement accounts. The restrictions come with the income limitations and the distribution regulations. Where I'm just curious, sir, where are you getting your information? Because that's a lot of misinformation. IRAs are IRAs are IRAs. 401ks, 403bs, 457s, they're rollovers. They become IRAs. IRA stands for individual retirement account. So the difference with a Roth and a traditional is one is pre-tax and one is post-tax in the distribution rule. But they function.
So they must have just changed that. They must have changed
that.
No, sir. Years ago.
They didn't just change that. They didn't.
Roth. Okay. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's earned income or regular income. Roth IRA, you could partake in it, right?
Well, you need taxable income to invest in both. Yes, you need W-2 income. Correct.
Well, that's what I okay.
Right, but
That's what I was saying.
we didn't
Earned
talk
income.
about that. No one brought that up, and you didn't make a distinction. There's no distinction between a Roth and a traditional in that regard.
Well, the Roth, what I'm saying to you, if you have earned income, if you're making earned income, right? Then you could partake in a Roth IRA. If I'm making, if I'm getting money from my real estate deal and it's not a W-2 earner, I can't have a Roth IRA unless it's a rollover, correct?
You can't have an IRA at all. It doesn't matter if it's a Roth. You can't have an IRA unless you have taxable income. Correct. So you stated just a Roth, but that's also a traditional. They're the same rules in that regard.
Yeah, but if I create a company, I can have a traditional IRA, a regular IRA, not a 203K or stuff like that, or
A 203.
401K or 457.
Actually, if you have anyone can create there's a solo 401K for individual business owners.
Yes. I was just talking about Roth. If you have earned income, then you can partake in the Roth. If you don't have earned income, you can't partake in the Roth IRA. It's portfolio, it's earned, and it's passive income, which is real estate. That's my point I was making.
You mean ordinary income?
Earned income, W-2 earner. You're a salary earner. You're an employee. After tax dollars, earned income.
After tax. Okay. That was a lot. I'm not really sure what to address there, but for anyone in the room, yes, you do need to have W-2 income, unless there's always an unless you are a spouse of someone who has that job, then there are special provisions for a spouse to contribute to these accounts as well. But it is the same for an IRA as well as a Roth. The distinction with those is pre-tax, after-tax contributions, how the deductions are taxed, and also the distributions. I apologize, Mo. That was a lot stated. I'm not sure where this individual gets their information from. Any other questions?
Mo.
Mo.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to make sure that Zoom didn't cut off. Hold on. Okay, it switched over. No. The internet had flipped on the computer. I was like, what happened? But I have them both playing on my phone. I have the Zoom connected to my phone and it's connected to my computer.
I still live.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I heard W-2. Hold on, let me mute one of these things. I heard employee. Last thing I had heard was employee and W-2, something like that.
No, so what I asked her was, I told her that I have a traditional and I have a Roth. And she was basically saying you can contribute up to $6,500, but you can't max out both of them. You only can max out one. Right? That what you were saying, McKee?
Well, no. So let's just say, so you have two buckets, right?
Yeah.
So you have a dollar amount. How you put money in those two buckets is your business, but you only have that certain amount. So you can put, 500 in one, 6,000 in another, 6,500 in one, nothing in the other, right? So it just depends. So you just have that dollar amount to play with. How you make distinctions between the two is your, up to you. But with your 401k, you can max out your 401k as well as have that annual amount to contribute to either a Roth or a Roth IRA. So it gets a little tricky when you're like self-employed.
Traditional and a Roth IRA?
Because there's beyond those. So it also gets a little tricky when you have a SEP IRA, you're self-employed, or a solo 401k, right? Actually, on my social media, there's a breakdown that's put out by the IRS every year for under 50 and over 50, because it depends, right? There's different catch-up provisions for over 50. They're different in the retirement plans, the corporate plans, and the personal plans. So there's a set amount that the IRS says, okay, you've done enough, right? You cannot go over this cap amount, and it's pretty huge. So that's when you get into a little bit more of the strategy, right? Like if you were a spouse and there's a solo 401k, yes, because a business owner can create their own and put a whole lot more than just a traditional Roth or a traditional IRA. You can have a Roth SEP IRA. So that's when I love talking about stuff like that, but I will not go into the details and bore the room because I could do a whole room on that. And if anyone ever wants to go on Clubhouse, like we tackle those topics and we go into detail using IRS references so people can understand. You have a lot more options as a self-employed person because you can put away a lot more over those annual amounts that they limit the contributions to.
Damn.
What's your Clubhouse name? Let me see if I can find it.
Wealth Financial Flowers. That's my house. Wealth Financial Flowers. I started that on Clubhouse.
No,
me personally. Oh, Miki Gabriel. It's under Miki Gabriel. And if it's under Miki Gabriel. But anyone can look at my house. I'm sorry, I'm saying this as everyone knows. Clubhouse is a social media platform. If there's little groups that you have, and they're called houses, and you can look at replays. So I have people that I vetted that can provide information, and we'll go into a lot of these topics because yes, as Mo stated, it can be a lot. It is a lot. Not everyone needs everything at every level. But I believe in, at least providing education and being a resource because we never know when these things are going to occur or when we need assistance in these arenas. But yes, Chris, if you have a business, you should probably be using something other than just an IRA or a Roth. There's SEP IRAs, there's simple IRAs, there's quite a few. Whatever.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
I got to tell you about all the options. If you guys want to see it, look up retirement accounts and the IRS. And you don't have to listen to me. Go to the IRS and you'll see. You'll be like, oh my God, defined pension, defined contribution. What? There's a lot. So you have anything the corporations can do for the most part, you can also set up because it's just utilizing the tax code. It's just tax deferred accounts. So. But we'll leave it to IRAs and Roth IRAs for the average person that does just fine. And 401ks. Yep.
Right.
There are 403Bs, 457s, 401As. There's there's a gazillion. 401H, 401A. Yeah.
Mo, did you know that? Did you know that?
No, I'm reading the thing. No, I only go as far as my little dollars could go, but I'm over here sucking it in. I'm over here, I'm trying to bookmark my stuff, and I was reading her Clubhouse while she was speaking.
Oh,
okay. I was reading her personal Clubhouse. I was looking at all the different bullet points where she's available in reference to coaching these different You've really
you get to book your session now, Mo.
Yeah, so and Mo and Chris, thank you guys.
Let me make sure I'm on the right person's page. Did you
She got the rainbow picture, Mo. Rainbow picture.
I know because she got $ pseudo intellectual.
Oh yeah, I am a pseudo intellectual. But just for the retirement plans, guys, I'll read through this. So again, and this is the IRS, and I'll put this link too. So there are individual retirement arrangements, the IRS calls them. There's Roth IRAs, 401k plans, simple 401k plans, 403b plans, simple IRA plans, SEP plans, SAR-SEP plans, payroll deduction IRAs, profit sharing plans, defined benefit plans, money purchase plans, employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs, governmental plans, 457 plans, multiple employer plans. So take your pick and knock yourself out. There's a gazillion of them. One for everybody.
Thank you.
So we could put money. So I can take my earnings from my lottery money and put it in each one of these plans.
There are limitations, but you know what, Mo? That's when the chestnut checkers comes in. nobody has ever really talks about money purchase plans and defined benefit plans. So you want to talk about those of you that are making a lot of income. You can sock tens of thousands of dollars into those bad boys. So there's a reason that corporations use all of these. And we know that if it's here in the IRS, this is something that the wealthy people are taking advantage of. So Mo, you know what? You might be able to set up different business entities. Now you do have to have income, right? Because remember, the IRS doesn't allow you to just put stuff, but absolutely, if you had business enterprises.
You don't win the lottery.
I'm gonna win the
Yeah,
lottery.
you still have to have, that's a different type of income though. But year two, absolutely. Like, yes, you can, any one of you can set up any of these plans to follow along with a business entity. And defined benefit plans are bad boys. Like you can sock away a lot of money in defined benefit plans. A lot of doctors and attorneys have these set up for their private practices instead of 401ks or those types of retirement plans.
What if I create a church?
You know what, Chris? I would charge you if I had to get a respect. See, look at God getting you.
I'm gonna create a church.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Don't do that to her.
What you gonna call it, Chris?
Don't do that to her on this one.
Chris, what you gonna call
know
it?
how these people get down.
I'm
What he gonna call it? Look at Brandon.
What you gonna call it?
Look at Brandon.
I'm gonna call it the Tabernacle of Ahab.
Where's Andre? Where's Andre? He should have been on for this one.
Yeah, because Ahab means love in Hebrew. So
oh my God, you ain't no dang Hebrew.
Yeah, I know we ain't Hebrew. But, where did she go? I didn't tell her to leave.
She dropped off?
No, she's still on here. She just muted.
Oh, I'm still here.
She's looking at you at crazy.
So I wanted to Google this for you guys just to, throw
we
numbers
didn't
out
ask you
there.
to Google.
You know what, Chris? Whatever. So again, so remember, guys, I mentioned the defined benefit plan because when we talk about limitations, so the amount that can be contributed to a defined benefit plan depends on factors such as age, income, length of time before retirement, rate of return on the investment portfolio. So I'm reading that because I'm like, I know some of my answers. I get that people are like, Miki she never just gives an answer. This is why. So literally, this is so again, the maximum contribution to a defined benefit plan is substantially higher than a 401k. And get this, it can be upwards of $400,000 annually. So for those of you, like when Mo buys these businesses, hello, this is checkmate. So, okay, so this is what we're talking about, right?
I'm about to buy this right here.
So these are also a function of, so again, basically, y'all come at me. We can figure it out. For those of you that some of you are big boys or your kids will be, right? So again, it doesn't just have to be you right now, but absolutely. If I consult with someone and they're making this kind of money and they're like, I'm good. I'm not, excited by random body parts and I'm making $300,000-$400,000. You know what? We could take $3,000 to $5,000, establish your defined benefit plan, and you could also potentially put away hundreds of thousands of dollars as opposed to a traditional 401k. Chestnut checkers, always.
Absolutely. $4,500 a month.
Yep. So there's this is where we get into that.
I have to get married.
Strategy.
You have to get married?
Yeah, so I could put my $4,500 away so he could pay everything and I could put mine in this.
We would just get you a prenup, Mo, so you would be fine. I love prenups too. Absolutely.
Shit, he might be trying to get a prenup. He might be trying to get a prenup on me.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, yeah. So guys, I would love to come back and I'm happy to be a part of this group and listening to all the things you talk about. Like I said, this is the strategy. It's not gate caps, but I'll just share the last firm that I was with, there was a $2 million account minimum. So if you didn't have $2 million,
no plans,
right? You're not there, and they don't advertise, right? Look, they don't have billboards. So
let me open up my camera. Hold on, I want to do something real quick.
So Miki,
let me stop sharing.
Account.
I'm about to share.
Who said something? Who was that?
Look,
it's Onique.
Oh,
was that defined benefit account that is just growing?
You got to do, Miki, you gotta do like this. 2 million. Y'all can't see me. Y'all can't see me.
You know what?
Hold on. Sister Onique asked her something.
Yes, for the defined benefit. So it's not an account. You could have it as an account, but it's a type of a plan. So basically, it's if you have a defined benefit plan, so just like a 401k, y'all know you get the summary of plan documents. You are going to go to an attorney, or they're called administrators, third-party administrators, and they structure, right? Because there's still provisions you put in place. So once you have that document, it typically also has a tax ID because it's its own entity outside of you and the business. And then you could go to like a Fidelity or a Schwab, and the account type would be defined benefit plan. Was that the question? But
Yes,
you can't like go to a Fidelity and like open up one. This is something that has anything that says plan, that's going to have a plan document, which means it needs to be structured as an entity, if that makes sense. It's separate from like an IRA.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
I'm
Mo
sorry, I
had to
got
open
one
up
more
her
question.
camera. You funny. What you say,
She
Chris?
sleep?
Mo had to open up her camera. But go ahead, Brandon.
I had to show my. You see, McKee and I got the same bloodline from the boot, so we understand each other. See, you and Brandon right now, y'all here.
You hear
Y'all
this,
are
Brandon?
Yeah, well, she sleep. She's
y'all,
laughing at me. She's
y'all in
sleepy as
trouble
hell right
now.
now.
Y'all in
I'm
trouble
sorry
now.
about this.
I got a home girl on the panel. Y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble.
It's the Louisiana thing for sure, Mo. That's right.
You better
Louisiana.
say it, baby. You better say it. I'm
No.
coming. Hey, Chris,
Hold up now. Hold
I
up.
ain't coming to Houston to see you, but I'm gonna come see you.
All right.
Oh my
I'm gonna bring us some
God.
boudin. I'm bringing some
Oh,
boudin.
girl, bring me some boudin. Yeah, Shad. Bring me some boudin, Shad. Oh,
What is this?
yeah.
What is this? What type of agenda is this?
Yes.
Y'all both fired.
You can bring McKee there. Now she could come on our Cancun trip. So we can
Yeah, she definitely can. I bet you Sherry would love to talk to her, man.
Oh my God. Sherry would, yeah. Well, I'll be with Sherry on next week. We're gonna be in Vegas for paparazzi. So that's why I say I be gifting my paparazzi. They be thinking I'm just, oh, why are you just giving away your jewelry? Shit, I'm in this jewelry business to get some tax deductions.
Tax deductions. Yes, Mo, that's it. That's what I tell people. Like that's the strategy right there. That's the play. And I'll just end with like the icky ticky talks.
No.
Take all your deductions. No, because I'm hungry. I know y'all hear my stomach growling. It's the deductions, but then you know what, Mo, like, and y'all talk about this, but then we go and we try to get these loans, but you've taken all your deductions, so you don't have any income, which means you can't qualify for these loans because now you've reduced your income so much, you've reduced your ability to pay for those loans. So it's chestnut checkers. So
Can
yes,
you answer Brandon's question?
Sure. What is it?
No, I'm just gonna ask: is there a difference between self-directed IRAs and then just regular IRAs?
Go ahead,
Yes.
man.
But we got
Good question. So a self-directed, like that can be like, let's just say, for example, you have a Fidelity 401k. Those of you with a Fidelity 401k, there's something called an account that you can actually get where it'll take your 401k dollars, it'll put it into a very specific type account, and you can invest in and put in like stock or whatever. It's still restricted like a 401k, but you can even hire a financial advisor to oversee it. It's called it's a very specific type of account that they let you. That's considered self-directed. Self-directed basically means that you are managing or overseeing the assets outside of the 401k offerings, which are usually a little bit plain vanilla because the average person doesn't know anything about investing. Fun fact, most people participate in the stock market through their 401ks, not through direct ownership of stocks. So self-directed for real estate is pretty cool because you go to a trust company, which typically handles alternative assets, right? Because think about wealthy people use trust companies. They can have oil and gas assets. I mentioned like earlier, art, farmland, whatever, leases, promissory notes. So that type of self-directed means that you can hold what's called alternative assets. Alternative assets are going to be anything other than what's on the stock market. So basically art, jewelry, cars, notes, deeds, those kinds of things, real estate, businesses. You can actually utilize. So it's still jurisdiction the same way as an IRA. It's simply a different platform or a distinction that allows you to invest in and hold alternative assets. Great question.
So
Sorry, what I
I
Oh,
just
man.
wanted to give the room some information before I get out of here. Just a hack. The 529 plan, it's for children. Usually the grandmothers, leave it to their grandkids. But she was talking about the Roth IRA, the 529 plan, when they're old enough to go to college and they don't get a grant, or they don't get a free boat to college, they have to claim that. They have to claim the 529. But when they're young, if you create a job for them, then they can get a Roth IRA. They get a Roth IRA. Any money they put in, they could take out anytime they want. Any earnings, they have to wait 5 years before they pay taxes on it. And they don't have to claim that on the paperwork later on. So it's always best to use the Roth IRA for a child. Create a job for them. Have them sweep outside. Have them clean your car. Have them do something. They're an employee. Goes back to what I said. They have to be a wage earner, and they can get that Roth IRA. Stay away from the 529. Okay.
And we could get the 12,000 tax write-off for employing them.
Yep. For the family members, absolutely. And then they have custodial accounts. So actually for the 529, I'll just chime in. It typically goes towards an asset of the parents on the FAFSA, not necessarily towards the child. And they can also be used for K through 12 tuition. They're also tax deferred vehicles. Adults can also use them. They can also be used to pay student loans, and also with the Secure Act 2.0, all those provisions in there. I believe it's after 15 years, any unused funds can actually be rolled over to a Roth IRA for the beneficiaries. It's just in smaller increments, but that's actually a pretty big change. And if you have a special needs baby, the complement to the 529, of course, is the ABLE account, ABLE, which allows parents, grandparents to put funds away for their special needs babies, even if they're not going to go to college. But absolutely, it is a great vehicle, especially since special needs trusts are super expensive to maintain. Highly recommend an ABLE account for those of you with special needs babies and or adults, is a way for them to hold money in their name.
So for loans, they looking at the net profit on the tax return, line 30, 31, one of them lines.
So I've been going to a lot of rooms. So if you guys are not aware, like the Biden administration, there's a ton of federal dollars out there. Like I think we talked about this before, like with Chris, like, or that first call. There's so much funding. There's so much going on. But we need to be what's called, have our financials in order. So yes, if you whittle away at that income to like your adjusted gross income, and you're not showing that you're net, right? But you're making $100,000, but on paper you're only making 10, and you go to get a $500,000 loan for your business, you're showing them that you don't have the ability to pay the loan back. So it's the strategy, right? So I wouldn't say, look, and what did you say earlier, Mo? At some point you're just going to have to pay the tax. But especially if you're looking to get that funding for your business, right? You do have to be able to pay the money back. So just like with getting the mortgage for the house, if you're taking in so much, but you're only netting so much, right? That debt to income ratio, same thing when you're getting to the funding for some of these contracts, which I believe the limit for an SBA loan for some of them, it's like up to $5 million. So that's some pretty serious funding that you can get, but you need the ability to be able to pay that back.
Right. I think a friend of mine went for an SBA loan, and they told her she had to have had at least $10,000 in the bank for at least 3 months before they gave her the one. It was a very low interest rate loan, because she's making money, but she's not sustaining. So a lot of it's going out in expenses. So she's like, man, I'm trying to figure out how I can, start making a profit. with my business, I mean, I'm getting a lot of clients. I have a lot of clientele, but everything I bring in, I'm spending out because it's real expensive. So she took it out of they took it out of a 401k just for it to sit. I think her husband's 401k to sit for 3 months so that she can, get that SBA loan.
And I love that example because sometimes, me 10 years ago, I would have been completely by the book. Absolutely not. But you know what? Like that's the strategy. If they wouldn't have put that money in that 401k, they wouldn't have had it. And now they're going to move on to bigger and better things. That's why I tell people it's your world, right? To borrow a quote from Rashida Roberts, who's also a financial educator that I met. She's also in Houston. Shout out to Rashida. You are your own personal economy. So the more you know your numbers, the more you know your family dynamics, the more you know your business, the more you know your financial goals, the more you know yourself. Do not lie to yourself about your money habits. You know when you spend too much money. You know this. You know when you lie to yourself. Don't do that with your money. The more you know your personal economy, the more you trust your intentions, the more you can leverage your own assets to move forward to the next level. So I love that share, Mo. That's a wonderful share, and good luck to them. And I'm glad that worked for them. That is perfect. That's awesome.
Yeah, she's gonna be a super success story because she learned everything the hard way. she just went through the hard knock school, and I said, why you always call me after you make the mistakes? Like, some of this stuff could really be avoided. And she had business credit and she had these big old machines and all this stuff, and just got clientele out the yang, but man, money management. So she definitely, you've done a lot. Like somebody was saying in the chat, like people don't even know you all have really given out a lot of info to detail, not just what you think. So now someone can actually listen to you and they can hear some of the other folks who be saying, man, we need to be financial literate. No, sweetie, you ain't heard financial literacy until you heard Miss Gabriel.
That's what I told y'all, man.
I don't know nobody. I don't know nobody who has that skill set that has just shared with ease. Some people, I've been to the different conferences where the person will get up and they'll give you about 15 minutes of motivational type and kind of bait you in. And then they get off the stage and they say, hey, buy my book. Everything is in the book. Where, you went almost 3 hours, almost 4 hours of just priceless, valuable information that people should be beating your door down. Probably will, be honest with you. I'm sure they're gonna be inboxing and say, hey, who's that sister? How we can get in touch with her? And don't worry, they probably gonna do a background check on you because that's what they do in the YouTube world. They look you up. They look me up a million times and whatnot. But I'm not ready to call some people and be like, when you're looking for a financial advisor. So in a few weeks, yeah.
And I will say,
I'm surprised
I don't manage. Yeah, I don't manage assets. I chose not to do that because now I'll be honest. I refer it out, and honestly, up until a certain amount, I feel like Fidelity does a good job. They're robo advisors, and I'll share with you. I'll be super honest. This is gonna sound really bad. When you are investing assets for someone who has never invested before, that's a lot of questions. I prefer to work with the coaching and the strategy, the education, but later, will I establish a firm? Absolutely, but it's not my special arena. So I do have people that I refer people to, but honestly, like referring someone who is at an entry point where you're at a firm that has a high minimum, they're not going to give you the care that you need. The fees are going to be so expensive. So I love Fidelity, Schwab, TD Ameritrade, all of those, Vanguard. They do such a great job until you reach my personal point for someone needing professional advice to manage their assets. Now that's managing the assets, not the planning, is about $250,000. Until then, you can probably just do, I'll say like, right. You can, there are funds for that. There's ETFs, there's index funds. Cause I'm super honest, right? I know now for you, Mo, with your 500 million, I might make an exception and form an advisory and manage your assets myself, because I'll be quite honest.
No such thing.
Hey, don't worry about it. You get that 250K.
Oh,
I'm
Chris
winning
getting his
lottery.
license.
We are sisters.
You know
we
what,
are
Mo?
blood sisters after that. I get
Yes.
that 500 mil. Baby, we are sisters. We leaving Chris. Chris is not coming to Cancun with us.
Chris and I, you know what, Mo? You could pass that Series 65 yourself and set up Mo's investment advisory just to manage your own money. How about that? That's what you're gonna do.
Hold on, I didn't catch that.
You're gonna coach me.
Mo's gonna have her own advisory firm. That's right. That's what we're gonna do there. That's just not checkers.
Wait, Mickey. Wasn't the name of that? What was that again?
Series
Mo,
65.
right?
No, what's the name of the
the Series 65.
Series 65.
Series 65 through the SEC. Yep. And you don't need to
you
be.
heard us talk about that.
Yes, you don't need to be affiliated with the firm. For Series 6, Series 7, you need to be sponsored by a broker member. Series 65, you do not. Any one of you can take the SIE and you can take the Series 65, absolutely. And that allows you to be able to set up a registered investment advisory. And it's not as expensive as people think. And it gives you that fiduciary authority to actually manage assets on behalf of other people. So, yep.
I'm studying now. So thank you to me, because I'm going to help you, Negroes.
Nobody asked you, Chris. Nobody asked you.
Chris, we are not hiring you. We got Mika. Thank you.
There you go.
Chris, I got you, bro. Chris, I got you.
Brandon better get you.
Chris.
Really, Brandon?
Chris, I got you, bro.
Good looking out,
Y'all,
Brandon.
y'all do my man like this. Don't do him like that.
Mickey, don't worry. They always have to come back to the woman. You don't worry about that.
You know what? They really do. They really do. Y'all need to plan.
Damn, really, Mo?
Yeah.
Chris can manage the assets.
And
I
where's
can
Sonny?
do the planning.
Where's Sonny?
Right, one.
Where's Sonny? This is what Sonny needed to be on with all his money he's making in the market. He should be on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the strategy.
We got the body butter lady tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all got that covered, because I can go into the sectors and the economy and large cap and mid cap and it's the least favorite part. It's the least favorite part of the journey. The analysts always do that in the office. I like the family dynamics. I love the planning. I love, how do we protect this money? That's where I love the interaction. Managing assets is cool. Yeah, but I love to talk about the economy too now, and the global economy. But yes, so there's so many great places for managing assets. But absolutely. Now, y'all might convince me though. I could, but for now, I do coaching and strategy, and I do referrals for trusted places for those of you that need help actually managing the assets once you get to that point. But thank you.
You can't come on tomorrow?
No, she has a Clubhouse, ain't it?
I can listen in. Are y'all talking about investing tomorrow?
We talk about everything. No, we got the other lady, Chris, coming on. But you're gonna be on Clubhouse tomorrow, right?
No, so I'm on Clubhouse too much, but my formal rooms are, so I have two houses. Financial Flows, Abundance and Legacy is Friday at 7:30 p.m. Central. And I usually pick a topic related to money or wealth. So this Friday, I believe we're going to talk about the Aretha Franklin case, which just breaks my heart, right? All of that money, 4 wills, holographic wills, which means she wrote them out and signed them. They're still fighting. So I'm going to review when estate planning goes wrong. And then on Sundays at 6:00 p.m. Central in Wealth Financial Flowers, which I leave for education, is where I believe we're going to talk about what are bonds, because we talk about investing, but some people are like, what is the stock? So we actually covered what is the stock last week. And for that kind of stuff, I pull information from the SEC, from the IRS, so that people aren't getting it from me. They can go back and look at the resources directly from the horse's mouth, because there's so much misinformation out there. So yeah, but happy to chime in whenever you guys are having, I heard you cover so much stuff. Like I'm learning about government certifications and contracts and all of those things. So
that's Mo lane right there. That's Mo lane.
Absolutely, Mo. Look forward to picking your brain as well, because I don't know wealthy people were just wealthy. That was those were the clients. So I'm looking forward to learning about the entrepreneur side, which is completely different for me. So definitely look forward to picking all of y'all's brains as well.
Girl, we better let you go to sleep.
She ain't going to sleep. I guarantee you.
I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna go eat. But yeah, I love this space. Thank you so much. I guess I do have to reluctantly thank Chris. Thank you, Mo.
So we got to since you got a lot of stuff
with all this disrespect.
I gotta figure out how to replay your videos on YouTube so we could play them and we could revisit some of your information.
Oh, sure.
Is that possible? Can we play that? Is that possible to play Clubhouse? I think you can. I think somebody's did it before.
Yeah, you can replay the rooms and stuff they have on Clubhouse.
Yeah, we had a good time.
She also did she did a podcast show, and then she has another show she did. I'm gonna share the links into the chat so y'all can check those out. Just different topics, but all kind of on the same lines. But it's just that information, man. Information overload.
It's a lot of information.
Yeah.
As Chris said.
Yeah. So
on my link tree, I do have the most recent one I did was talking about, because I love talking about the economy and the global economy. Actually, it's I'm a baby economist. I love talking about that stuff. So because it's so important for us to have these discussions, knowing like the economy and the Fed and interest rates and inflation. Number one, it keeps the conspiracy theories at bay, right? Like the banks are failing. No, they're not. Nobody keeps money in cash. That's not true. To wealthy people, cash is an asset class. There's over $5 trillion in money markets right now, that dry powder. So I love debunking myths. It's one of my favorite things to do because especially in our community, we are getting preyed upon, right? Unfortunately, sometimes by people that look like us, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it doesn't matter. So I am very protective of this education in terms of our community, because for a lot of us, this is first time we're hearing about these things. And when you don't know what someone is saying that's not true, like, the 401ks or the government trying to take all your money. Wealthy people will use 401ks. I'm like, Warren Buffett has a 401k. Warren Buffett did a Roth conversion. He's a billionaire. He paid the tax to do a Roth conversion to move money from an IRA to a Roth, over $100 million. Peter Thiel, one of the PayPal mafia, has a $5 billion Roth IRA. So please don't tell me that wealthy people don't use tax deferred accounts, but that's what you'll hear in the icky ticky talks, right? Rich people don't use 401ks. Well, you must not know any rich people, because I've personally seen a $10 million IRA. Yes, they do. They use it all the time. So
Big Romney, the self-directed.
Yes, and the self-directed with those alternative assets. It's a very common strategy. It's the technique. So I'm happy to have these discussions. There's 3 or 4 podcasts that I did or talks on my link tree. One was to a group of business owners where I specifically talked about business succession, operating agreements, that kind of thing. So different topics, but yes, you literally have to shut me off. I could talk about this stuff a lot. So we have fun in our rooms. We've had 8-hour, 9-hour rooms before.
She sound like her. She sound like us.
And we debate. I have other people that have come in, whether they're licensed or like you guys, just subject matter experts. And we sometimes we debate my idea of wealth management. Because Chris is in Houston. Those of you that are in Houston, it's very old. It's very old boy network, right? These were ultra high net worth clients. These were the good old boys. So my views are very by the book, right? Very specific, very rigid. So I've changed a little bit, right? Because I realized that I can tell you the same information a billionaire would get. However, I do need to make allowances and understand and meet people where they are, right? You don't have to be like a Fortune 500 CEO to still do the same thing and protect your family, even if, you are making $20,000 a year. So Clubhouse really helped me to kind of be a little bit more humble and understand that if I want to give this message to my community, which is why I never want to be dismissive, I never want to be arrogant. We do have to meet people where they are because it's so important in our community. So many people judge pockets, judge spending. I don't like to do that. At the end of the day, I always say, I don't really care how you make your money. The real flex is in protecting for your family. That's the flex, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
Wait till she meet African Emporium. Wait till
yes,
she meet
Lord.
African
Oh my
Emporium.
God. We ain't never gonna come off the live when they get together. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But and you know, I was gonna ask you, did you ever think about putting your scenarios in a book?
A lot of people have asked me to do a book, to do a podcast. I'll share with y'all. I just left corporate last year and I'm kind of chilling. I've decided to invest in myself, invest in my community by doing this. Being an entrepreneur is hard, y'all. Shout out to you entrepreneurs. Like, just because you know something does not mean you're good at running a business.
Say that again. That's what, yes.
Oh my goodness, right? Yeah. So I'm taking a lot of that into consideration because I do love the way that I communicate this stuff, right? Because we have to get real with our community with these conversations. You can't just have it just like it is, all formal, because we don't have that level of understanding. So I do appreciate that.
I think I would like to see you do a scenario based, like, a lot of people content, driven, but I think with this info, we comprehend it better when we hear the scenario, right? You made mention of Michael Jackson, you talked about Prince, you talked about Eli, you talked about Trump, Aretha Franklin. Like when you hear you talked about the grandpa, you talked about the dad with the son, when you hear those different scenarios, it kind of hits home to where, someone may be at that time in a scenario, even if, how people do those little books of their poems, even spoken word, those scenario driven, I think you'll kill the game, because it's one thing for somebody who's brand new, they sit in a chair, say, hey, I want you to do a plan, and you're giving this information, and they're like, oh my God, information overload. But if I could take something and read a scenario, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's how that person, okay, this is what that means. Okay. Even when you went to the whole probate and all that great stuff, with the wills, like, I mean, you got so much. Like, you could do something. I could have did the book right now just on what you said.
Oh, well, thank you, Mo. That's a great example.
Yeah,
I would love that. I do that on my social media sometimes. There's like Market Watch, or I even show this to Chris. There are these groups where people will say, well, this is happening and this is happening. So that's one thing I love to do. I'm like, well, you could boom, 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 because you might get a different response from different people. But thank you. I find that that's a far easier way to educate people than to just be like, probate is the administrative process of reviewing and validating a will. Well, what does that mean? So thank you for that.
Someone just requested you on LinkedIn. I think I hit you on Clubhouse. And that's where right before this show, there was a show on tech. They call Tech Tuesdays. And they were speaking, trying to encourage people to join the tech industry, whether it's networking, hardware, coding, whatever, so they can get some financially livable wages. So that was really good. Brandon, I don't know if you tapped into that, but I know Chris was on, and they did a phenomenal job in trying to get people out of their economic situations. And so when I think about that show and people making money, and then I hear you, it's a matter of, okay, once you start making this money, now don't just go and spending and doing foolishness. There's a portion when we talk about, when I talk about the government contracts, and when people start making money and doing the cost analysis, I always say, hey, make sure you put some money aside, because you got to live someday. And then this is where this planning comes into play. Okay, you put the money aside. Why are you putting it aside? What is the purpose of you putting it to the side? So I love it.
Yes. Your short and long-term goals dictate how you invest, what you invest, also your level of risk tolerance. So yes, absolutely. And I agree with that. And it's so important because our little people our young people, you know, they're starting out. They have the ability to, through investing in the power of compound interest, the stock market returns on average of 8 to 10% every year. You know, they can just 10% their 401k their way to having $1 million by age 65. And what I hear people say is, well, I don't want to wait that long, but you're not going to have it anyway because you're not putting money away. So why not? Just then you'll have an extra $1 million. Okay, do it that way, right? That's what I tell people. Well, just do it and have an extra $1 million and give it to me when you reach 65 if you don't want it. Like, yes, so that's so powerful. Like, really, because, and I'll share Mo, and then I really will go. This is great, guys. Only because
we want to. We're gonna go this time. We're gonna let you go.
I will share millionaire stats. 8 out of 10 millionaires are first-time millionaires, meaning that they're the first ones in their family to get $1 million. They didn't inherit it. The majority of them, 8 out of 10, use 401ks or retirement plans, right? All the boomers that are retiring, the majority of that is equity in their homes and their retirement plans. So 1/3 of them never make more than over 6 figures. There are some traits that they have in common. They spend less than they earn. They manage their credit. They have a budget, and they tend to invest, and they invest in the stock market. So some more fun facts, not fun, but when they say that Black net worth is declining, those numbers are actually true. Why? Because in 2023, we're making more money than we ever have. We are investing and retaining less. Collectively, as a community, Black people tend to invest in less riskier assets, which means we do not participate in the upturn. So this is so vitally important that we participate in the market. The number one investment in the world is not real estate. Love you, real estate guys, but it is actually the United States stock market. Apple just hit a valuation of $3 trillion. The United States stock market is the largest by far in the world, right? Apple's $3 trillion valuation is actually bigger than a lot of countries' GDP and stock markets in totality. They could actually spin off AirPods, and it would also qualify as a Fortune 500 company by virtue of the sales. So when you participate in these markets, when you hold on to Big Mama's house, when you have your estate planning documents, here's something else. And I know these numbers because I trot them out on Clubhouse all the time.
It's killing it.
Yes, there were 14 million acres held by Black individuals at the turn of the century in 1900. Almost 90% of that we have lost through not having estate planning in place. The examples that you gave, Mo, that a lot of us probably have, is that we know when this house or this entity belonged to some person in the family, but they didn't have the documents and it went away. So you have the power to provision and protect and preserve assets for the prosperity and protection and perseverance for your family. So absolutely love these discussions. They're so important. They're so necessary. And I will go back to that. You know, if you don't know what's going to happen, if you don't wake up tomorrow, you have work to do, because it is your responsibility and your obligation, especially if you have children, to make sure that they are okay when you are no longer here. So thank you guys so much. And yeah, shout out to Apple. That is pretty freaking awesome. For Apple to be the first company with that large of a valuation. Yeah, $3 trillion. And we know that they're going to be more, right? So we must participate in these markets. And that requires planning, though. A lot of you are traders, but you still need those long-term plans for those assets, as well as mitigating tax. So that's what I love to talk about. That's my lane. And yes, I can literally talk about this all day. I have actually talked about this all day on and off Clubhouse. So happy to be here. Be quiet, Chris. And
we are with you. Like,
Hey, Mo.
She don't even know how much we're with her. Like, we're so with her. Which one we to go, Brandon?
No, I'm just saying, you're gonna utilize that consultation with her then, and you're gonna tell her that you're gonna.
Oh, Brandon, I have free consultations, by the way. So if anyone, if you look at my link tree, and actually, like today, I had an hour consult. I'm such a bad entrepreneur, guys. It's hard for me to, and I'll share with you guys, right? So when you're in a wealth management office and you have assets under management, all of that, if you want to talk about a prenup, if you want to vet an asset, if you want to vet an entity, if you need whatever, you just pick up the phone. Hey, and blah, blah, blah. And you just take care of it. So I want to make sure I'm
start my
available for
church.
everyone. Yeah, no, Chris, not you. So I have some holy water for you though. So
Ouch.
I have a price point for everyone, under 25 or under $50,000. Also for everyone. So yes, I offer free consultations, guys, because you may not need a financial coach or strategist. You may need a CPA, right? You may need a business consultant. You may need to go directly to an estate planning attorney. So if you look at my link tree, there are I offer free consultation. So anyone,
What's a
please
link tree?
sorry. My little, it's like not a
You can put
website, but a link to have, so I have like my social media on there. I have the podcast that I've done and my calendar. So anyone can schedule, the
you can put all of
consultation.
that up under there, Mo, so you
I
can
don't
put all
see
your
it.
media.
Mhm. Yep, it's
Well,
kind of cool.
I got bleep. So that's why I was like, oh, I see it.
Yeah, something
Did you
similar.
put it in the
Probably.
chat?
No, I'm
So-
trying to get it off her Clubhouse, but I see it. Link tree, link.
It's in the back chat too. It's in the Zoom.
Yep, and
Where
I
is
put
it?
it in the group. And it's just Wealth Financial Flowers. So if you look up I think if you just look up Linktree and Wealth Financial Flowers, it will come up as well. So yes, because I do have
It's gonna be
complimentary
called-
consultations, I'll say.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be called Chris Financial Flowers.
You know what? Cease
Chris
and
got-
desist, sir.
Good.
Cease and
Wait a minute.
desist. But
Yeah,
yes,
but-
guys,
What's up, Mo?
it's so important.
I'm looking for it. Can you reshare it so I can find it?
It's
Sure.
in the Zoom. It's in the Zoom chat.
Oh,
I'll put it in.
Zoom chat. I'm sorry. No. You don't have to. I was in the
It's
And
at
I
the top.
put the Facebook group too, because I will, I put,
Oh, I got it.
if I do a podcast or something, then I put the link there for people to listen to. Because sometimes I do very specific topics for people that like to, for whatever. So yes, but no, this is great. But yeah, I even forget to say, I do this because honestly, guys, I forget. I really do. I really do forget.
You forget.
I love to have these talks to any group because it's just so important, right? It's just so important to have these discussions. And we know that people will listen to us when you look like us. Sometimes people see it as a challenge. That's fine. But yes, the studies show that when the message is coming from someone who looks like us, then it might stick a little bit more because we know that there's also a trust issue with these financial institutions and people of color. So anything I can do to break down that miscommunication, that misinformation, that mistrust barrier, I'm happy to talk to any group, and I've always done this. So yes, you don't have to work with me for me to trust me. You don't have to work with me for you to be like, hey, can you talk to my church group or whatever? Sure, no problem. I'm happy to talk about it all the time. It's not specific, but just be quiet, Chris. I really do. I love to talk about these topics. So yeah. Awesome, Sassy. Thank you so much, guys. Look forward to participating more and learning from each of you. And especially, I love the idea of this group. This is so awesome. Like, this is so cool to me. This is great. It's like your own version of a country club where all of you are sharing and networking ideas and information and encouragement and support. This is awesome.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
so much.
Man, we didn't find another female version of African Emporium. Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Can't wait. I can't wait till that brother come back. I talked to him the other day.
Wow.
Yeah, just pray for him, and he gonna be back soon. So,
Man.
when
Okay.
he get back, oh my God, we probably be on for 24 hours.
Oh my gosh. Like y'all are like y'all like sponges. Like I know some stuff. Y'all know all stuff.
It's so cool though, right? You get addicted to it, and that's what I'll say. Like, and I'm really bad. I can be like in the elevator and I hear somebody say, "Well, I don't know what Roth IRA." Well, do you know about a Roth IRA? And then my friends are like, girl, they didn't talk to you. But you
Yeah,
know what?
not talking to
People,
you.
you know, they'll respond. So that's me. Like if I hear you saying, put it all in a trust and you don't have to pay tax, I'm like, actually, that's not true. Blah, 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 blah. And then if I get the look like, go away. But no, rarely people, there's so much misinformation out there at all levels. So yeah, I literally have to tell people, please get me off of Clubhouse because I will just keep going. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
This
Thank you,
little
thank
link
you.
tree, this little link tree thingy. I ain't never seen this one before because I got the other one, but I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
there's
out.
free versions, Mo, and there's other things like the digital cards, but yeah, you can share it digitally. So yeah, I like it because you can
Yeah,
add and remove links and stuff. So
yeah, I got it with Blink. I don't have this link tree one, so I'm checking it out, and I'm like, I was waiting for the code, but it didn't come through. But this is kind of cool too.
What
Oh,
code?
now there goes the code because I was subscribing. And the thing was taking forever.
oh yes, the subscription I think is when it makes changes, it'll alert you. So I'm reviewing my tech stack and all of that. Like I said, being an entrepreneur is hard. Shout out to 9 to 5s.
You
So
gotta hire people because you can't do all this stuff. Trust me.
No, you definitely can't. So I'm still, I just decided to officially launch to where I'm like, you know what? I really want to do this and I can do this. So, and you guys, all of this is actually encouragement for me not to run back to corporate. So thank you so much.
Well,
Because
I
yeah,
would
it's
say,
good to know this is needed.
again, you all, this is educational purposes only. And if anyone reaches out to you, just make sure you screen anybody. I mean, proper protocol, I'm sure. And protect yourself first. Everybody's
Absolutely.
on.
Thank you. And no, it's okay. I'm just really careful. And thank you for that, Mo. So like, because I am a fiduciary. So if you notice, I never talk about investing because that is where you get into trouble. When you tell people, oh, go buy this stock. And they're like, oh, that lady told me. And it's like, so I rarely talk about what specifically to invest in because that's where you get into trouble because it's seen as you're giving investment advice. And I'm like, no, no investment advice. So
I'm gonna report you because you gave me investment advice.
I told you needed some holy water, Satan. That's not advice.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right.
We listen, we're informational junkies just like you. So the more you keep talking, the more we're gonna allow you to.
All right. Well,
you're gonna have to exit your way.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Mo. This was really great, guys. In all seriousness, I'm happy to be here and chime in. Thank you, guys.
She can call me anything. She's
Yeah.
the only person who can call me
Bye.
Monica.
Good,
She's from
good morning.
20 minutes from
Bye.
me.
I
Bye.
guess.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
guys.
night.
Good
Thank
night.
you guys. so much. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Meeting.
We can come in your clubhouse
Bye-bye.
group.
Thank
Wait.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, Chris, so yeah, what do you guys think about the show?
It was
Man,
great.
Oh boy.
Lots of information.
It was a good show. That's a good
Man,
show.
I just feel like people missed out on so much, man. When they see the replay though, they're gonna be like, damn. They're gonna be like, damn, she dropped some bangers. You know who would like her?
Who?
Sarnetta. Sarnetta would love her.
Yeah, she can definitely really. What's crazy though is that you have the most valuable information in the world right there at the fingertips, and folks they're afraid to start from scratch to understand and learn. And so therefore it keeps them in the dark. And that's the worst part about sharing it. So what I had to start learning to do is just put it out there, because people used to tell me all the time, oh, you give too much information, you give too much information. And I used to be like, well, in order for people to kind of catch on and to start to follow it, I have to keep saying it over and over and over and over and over so that they can start to buy into it. When I gave that class on Saturday, for that group of pastors and ministers and deacons, they've had people come before and they were like, hey, Pastor Wade was something. He said, Mo, they want you back again next weekend. It was like, no, we can't do that. It was like, Mo got a life or whatnot. They was like, this is the most informative information we've ever heard. We've never heard nobody talk about nonprofits like this. Because me, I stick to the compliance piece. But, listening to McKee, shoot, I was like, oh, I have a whole nother angle I can do with this thing, and you could set yourself apart, especially on how you tell people to break out their, when they're bidding their contracts or they're bidding on or they're putting their grant together, what are some content, what are some values that you could input in certain categories. Like, we just know like the basics, but if you really want people to be profitable, like that's the part I was listening to her for. Like, man, how can I enhance some of what we already doing to make this, make your business right now or whatever you're involved in grow, not just grow, but for it to be like lasting. And you can't listen to someone like her or even the information that Kyle and Thunder was spewing out earlier and not get motivated about changing your position.
Yep.
Like you could have literally just redirect both conversations. One will get you one portion gets you the money, and the other portion helps you plan the money. Like there's nothing better. I don't care what no YouTuber is doing. There's nothing better, because I've listened to other channels. I've listened to folks who think they got the plan. She is the first person that I've ever heard make it that practical and plain. That was a lot of info.
Yeah.
Like, you pay, man, her cash app should be going on. Like, you pay valuable money for that. Like, she really, people be talking about, oh, Mo, you gave out $1,000 worth of money. No. This right here, because you're talking about securing your assets, stuff you already have that you ain't even thinking about, Like, most people are thinking about their bank accounts and their life insurance. Shit, you got cars and houses. And then when the brother, he asked about, that threw me when he asked about the kid, not leaving for family members, maybe leaving it to organizations and things of that nature. Because I know some people who leave disabled American veterans, they leave us money all the time, right? And or they'll say, don't give money to my foundation or my estate, send it to, DAV. We'll get checks. That's how we know a veteran has passed and designated their funds to come to us. Or even, there's that question when you set up your nonprofit that if you had to dissolve it, where do you want your assets to go? And you have to put that plan in there. So when she spoke in reference to the operations agreement, it's so true, because a lot of people have businesses and they don't have an operating agreement. And remember, Chris, I don't even know if you remember, but it was way back in, I think it was 17, 18, when me and Chanisa was tag team in the class, and we had charged $100 for 4 weeks. And I was covering the finance piece and she was covering the administrative piece. And we had that operating agreement. I had her put that operating agreement as one of the correspondence that people needed to have in their plan. And we went down to New York, and I think Garfield, we had did a class down there. But man, just the whole setup, like, we can literally, I think what I'm going to ask her to do and tag team with us with is come up with maybe a 12-week where we can actually bring in the information from like getting people ready for the beginning of the year, right? So for example, if I want to get ready for, I want to start a business, I want to start a nonprofit or whatever. So like right now we getting into helping people with the feeding program. So Prices, he's helping me build the web-based app, web-based database, so we can track some stuff and or whatnot. And so we can, if I was to take the, let's just say do a case study and take the feeding program and come up with the scenario of how many people, how many kids can be fed, who can be fed, what devices we can use to streamline this and make it a better process to be able to do it. And then, hey, what do you do? How do you set up your money? Because what I'm into now is not just you hiring people to do the work or people getting a job, but when those people get that job, what do they do with their money? Like, how do you break out your money to keep yourself in a position that you can sustain your lifestyle? And like she mentioned, a little put away and for retirement years can go a long way. But if you don't know, putting that money, and Chris, we talk about it in my econ, getting in those cash producing assets, being able to earn 8 to 10%. I always say 3 to 8% a year, in those assets. How can that help you in your lifestyle or just your home front, like your expenses after retirement, because you're going to need it. And I think that I'm going to see if I can come up with a scenario, picture to her, and see how it works and how we can actually build, like create something where we can build it all the way to the beginning of the year. Like we'll have to do a case study on something where you earning a certain dollar amount, and based on that dollar amount you earn, this is how you want to set up your plan. So create a scenario that walks it all the way out, and I that what do you say? This is the first professional to speak comprehensively on finance on Black Utopia. Yes, you're absolutely right. She's comprehensive, man, and detailed and with clarity, not speaking all kind of big words over your head to the third grade level, layman's term. If you couldn't understand that, you wouldn't pay attention. You had to be tuned out to something else and being distracted. So I would love to create a scenario, just like I did. I think it was in 2019 when I did the feeding scenario and broke it all the way out. Like, how do you start it? How do you start the actual nonprofit? How do you organize it? Here's are the policies. Financially, this is how you manage your money. Not man, this is some places you can do with it, because too many people, we're hiring people, and now I'm at the point like, okay, I'm gonna hire you, but I want you to just be as successful as I am. Like, I want you to understand what to do with your money just like I do, so that you could be your own lender. I keep finding myself from the stuff that I'm just investing in, just what I'm putting in my stash in my Acorn. When something comes up, I can go get that money out of stash and Acorn. I don't have to go to the bank or whatever, because a lot of times some of the finances that you need immediately, it don't be thousands of dollars. You probably 2,000-3,000, with the roof, 7,000, 8,000 by itself. Most of the stuff is, within a couple bucks that you can actually afford if, like she said, you putting the investments away. And one of the things that caught my attention on the last that she just said is that a lot of individuals think that it's in real estate, putting your money, or what did she say? She said investing, but you should be investing in the stock market. That 8 to 10%. Man, listen. My econ is on to something now.
Yep.
Because that's what Ivy says. Cash producing assets. Put your money in something that's gonna earn up to 8%. That's why they got that cash flow strategies back there. Where you can map it out, how much you're gonna put away. Go ahead, I won't monopolize, but that's what I definitely got from it.
Yeah, she put a lot of information out there, man.
Hey, you know what killed me, Chris? When she went to the investment side and she started talking about them stocks and the stuff y'all be talking about. and just was spitting it. I'm like, where's Sonny at? So she can get him. You know, I was gonna say, do you think? I was gonna do. I ain't want to ruin the show though. But no, but still true though. From the stock piece that she was speaking about when she brought in Apple and all that, I just think that we can create some opportunities in the next few weeks in this next 6 months and set people up where if they're listening, they can really gain and get into some things that can really help their lifestyle.
Right. Real talk, man. I'm sure she will, Mo. She'll do that. I ain't gonna lie to you. She will stay up all night talk about this stuff. That's what she do. All night, all morning.
I could have listened to it too all night, all morning.
Because she's passionate. She's passionate. She has passion for it. So they say when you're doing your passion, there's no time.
That's the truth.
Say that again.
That is the truth.
There's no time. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for sharing. And it was a pleasure being here tonight. I learned a lot and I got a lot of work ahead of me. That's all I know.
Absolutely, sir.
True question is you coming back?
Huh?
True question is, are you coming back?
Yeah, the moment I see the message and I catch it in time, I can definitely jump on.
All right.
Yeah, thanks so much. I actually had my phone in my hand when the message came through, so I saw it right away.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's good to be back and hear you guys' voice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brandon, I know you gathered some nuggets.
Oh my God! I mean, she like when she said when you told us to grab a pen and paper, I had a pen in my hand, but I was lacking on the paper, and I was just, you should have seen me like mouth drop and all. She was going off so fast. I was like, hold up, wait a minute, hold up. Then Buddy want to ask questions. I couldn't get a damn question through. I was like, you know what? Let it go, because I'm gonna pick up something.
Yeah, he kept
definitely did.
Yeah, listen, she was, but you know what's cool? When you get somebody who can talk the talk, and you could ask a question in between their in their cipher, but then they can come right back and reel that thing back in. I'm like, yeah, she good.
Mm-hmm.
She good. She is very good. And sometimes, like I said, I know plenty of people who's in that particular sector. But man, you ain't getting them to speak. If you can get them on past an hour, you're doing good. If you can get their time and just communicate it, and then to know your worth and say, I'm doing it for my community. Damn.
Yep.
You can't do nothing but clap.
Yeah, man. She's serious, so serious about this, man. Just think about it. She left all these high earner clients to want to create her own firm and do it herself to cater to our people. Millionaires, billionaires. And I'm like, man, you dudes, y'all ain't on this level, man. Like
people that seek her out.
Yeah. And I'm like, y'all not dealing with no people that got money like this. Y'all dealing with people who talk about it. I'm like, no, she really dealt with that. I'm like, no, it's different, bro. Like, you can tell she know her stuff. Like, the first time I heard her, when I was on Clubhouse, and I was in the room with Rob Bourne them, and the investing thing came up. And when I heard her talking, I was like, oh, snaps, I need her. Yes, I gotta get that. So
it's in your AO.
Yeah. And I chopped it up with her, got in contact with her, met her, and all of that. And I was like, "Yeah, man, we need you, like for real, because ain't nobody bringing it from this vantage point right here. Everybody else is talking like she didn't even know none of these social media people, like." Wall Street Trapper, Hercules, she didn't know nothing about none of these people, man. Not even Robert Kiyosaki. Wow. She didn't know nothing about none of them. She know real people. That's what I'm saying. It's different. Like she know people that actually got money and they got real, they really doing this stuff. So I was like, wow, I can't believe that she didn't know nobody. So it's like a whole different world she in. Like these people that make a whole bunch of money, they don't know these crazy people on social media like that that's selling courses and trying to teach people about stocks and stuff.
But Chris, that's what I say when people be saying, things like the community. I be like, y'all, who you talking about? Because most the average person have no clue what you're talking about. I have to come down all the time to tell people, and I don't know nowhere near what she was talking about. Like, we have heard the terms in passing, but to be very detailed as such. And I like, what I tune into? The fact that she know the regulation and she pull out the reg. Oh yeah, she got my attention all day. Because most of those people, they don't pull out me too. Yes. Yeah. Most of those people do not pull out no regs.
I'm telling you, I said we debate. We debate about the Fed, everything. And she just pulling everything out the book. Boom, boom, boom. Well, what if I want to, give somebody advice about stocks? Well, no, this is why you don't want to do that because blah, 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 blah. I'm like, we just talking all day about this stuff, like all day. And that's why I'm like, damn, she cold with this shit. She know her stuff.
And I don't like new friends. And when you asked me to talk to her, I was like, look, I was like, I don't know, feel like talking to nobody today. Man, when she started talking, I was like,
I was like, I had to introduce her to you because I'm like, Mo is gonna like her. I'm telling you, because Mo be on the same wave. Like when it comes to, doing stuff by the book and doing it legal, I was like, yeah, they gonna mesh fine. I was like, no, I gotta get her to Mo. This is too good. Too good. Gotta bring it to the group. And that ain't even a half of it. Now, when we start talking about, stocks and, the Fed and all of that stuff, now we be debating about that. She kind of like a contrarian with that. And I'm like, nah, I ain't with that. But it's hard to debate her because she knows shit that I don't know. But, the stuff I know is fundamental. And I'm like, she got me with that. She go with this shit. I'm telling y'all, man.
She was about to kill it a second ago.
Yeah. I'm like, this is just estate planning. She even got to investing part, the Fed, politics. She didn't even get to that part. Yeah. I'm like,
we got to get her to she got to put something down in writing because I tell her, look, and the cat calling the killer black, right? Because people tell me, man, why you don't have, listen, that workshop I did on Saturday, it was 60, I think it was 50, 58, but it probably was 65 people because I'm sure some people didn't sign in there. And my friend Wes said, he said, Mo, that could have been 65 books sold. You over here playing around up there doing stuff for everybody else. You better get that thing done because the simplest little thing could have made you some money on top of what you've already earned for going and do the workshop. Like you messing around, you passionate, but you better think about your own, future. I'm like, man. And then here she comes, and I'm like, you know what? They got good people out there, no matter what people say, and no matter how many people tune in, they ain't got to, because I needed the information. You ain't got to come. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Buddy.
I don't know about them. Yeah, I could have listened for hours. Look, my friend Jackie called me. She said, "Why you sound like you wide awake?" I said, "Because I'm listening to a financial advisor." She was like, "Hey, you laughing? You ain't never awake any time." I said, "I know, but she had my attention."
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I heard her talking on Clubhouse because you had people in there that, was spitting stuff that they ain't really know, and she would have to correct them. And I was like, damn, man, I gotta get in touch with this sister, man. She cold. I was like, she was just breaking it down so cold. And then like, just talking to a regular, because we talk about this stuff all day, and she helping me with the Series 65. And I'm like, man, yeah, I got it right here because the sister, she really made me think. Matter of fact, she told me to go into this Facebook group called Money Heist. And it was a particular post that she had me look at. And it was about a real older couple. And it was about, estate planning, where they go about get ready to go into retirement. And that post itself, the way she broke that down, I was like, man, we need this more than anything else, man. And I was just because she just put everything into perspective.
And what was it? What's the name of the group again?
Money Heist. I'm gonna invite y'all to it.
Money Heist.
Yeah, I'm finna go to it right now and invite y'all because it's real people in there that this is what they discuss. They talk about their retirement.
Money Heist, the experiment.
Hold on, let me see what you're saying. Let me go look it up real quick. Let me see the Money Heist. No, it just say no. You know what? It
Money Heist, 204K.
No, the Money IST. That's what it's called.
Oh, the Money IST.
Yeah, I'm finna invite y'all. So, invite you. I'm gonna invite Brandon. Yeah, so I just invited y'all. But they talk about the group by Market Watch. But they talk about all this stuff in this group, like these real scenarios that she be discussing. And I was just blown away, man. Like estate planning, I'm like, damn. So when I be posting the videos of the brother named JT, the Pocket Watcher, he's a real financial planner. So he be telling people, these be scams that we be getting a part of. And I'm not hating on nobody spreading, stuff about stocks and stuff like that. That's cool. But man, financial planning, estate planning, bro, that stuff is more important. It's more important because if you die, it's gone. Nobody benefiting. Like we're not even passing the wealth down. So she had me with that. I was like, man, that's cold. That's some stuff you can do right now.
Man, I need her on the Zoom, one of my veterans thing, but I have to probably gotta see what day she's available because she got, we got all them old head vets and they got all these damn assets and money, and I promise you they don't have this stuff in place. I know they don't.
Nope. That's the first time I heard of stuff like this. Now, we heard about trusts and stuff like that before, but not to this extent level.
Chris, we heard about a trust, but which one?
yeah, a trust, right.
Right.
Listen, we heard about a retirement plan, but which one?
Yeah, it's so
Who
many.
The most? PSP and 401k.
Yeah.
About 10 to 15 retirement plans. You're like, well, I'll be down. And then that That's why I was over here bookmarking. Y'all thought I was asleep. I wasn't asleep. I was trying to bookmark this stuff. I'm like, man, get the hell out of here. Matter of fact, she can put her stuff. She can put her stuff on a damn. You know how back? Okay, so y'all remember back in the day when people would write a book, they would put a CD in the cover.
Mm-hmm.
You know how when you buy a book for class and then you have the CD that will come with it? Yeah, that's what we need. We need a flash drive. We need a flash drive, or we need a car. Look, or we need a cloud of YouTube videos. That's what JJ the CPA. I don't know if you guys know JJ the CPA, but JJ the CPA.
Yeah, you put us on to him.
Started doing what he started doing. Was he started doing those conferences and people was turning out in droves, right? And he charged $200. Well, we're like $197 a class. The class would be for 3 hours. There'd be a worksheet, and he'll do simply what she just did. He would pick a topic, and he'll go through that topic. He'll give you the Excel spreadsheets. He'll create like a little dummy proof plan or whatever, and then he'll have the PowerPoint, and then he'll have the YouTube videos where he talked about it, and you'll have access to it. You'll have access to it for 30 days if you take the class. So once the 30 days is up, then you no longer have access to the information or whatnot. And his conferences, he don't stream them on YouTube. So you'd have to purchase it in order to get it. Like, I mean, yes, like, man, listen, you talking about coming up with monetizing, like people would demand him. He's a CPA all the way in Oklahoma, but he gave out so much detailed information on YouTube. He done 2 books now, 2 little simple tax books, and people will be requesting him from across the way, and he has CPAs tuning into him because the stuff he was saying they wasn't up on it because he was keeping up with the latest regulations based on all these different treasurer changes that were going on. He was just spitting out the rigs. Or what? Man, listen, I listen to JJCPA all the time. It was like, no. So my accounting friends, because my degrees are in accounting, but I served as an auditor all my life. So I didn't serve on the accounting side. And so I was like, man, I'm getting me some CPA hours. So I started taking JJ the CPA classes, and I get my little certificates for my CPA hours. And so it was like, how you one day I posted something, they said, how you getting those CPA hours? I said, shit, I'm in this YouTuber class. They're like, man, let me know. I'm gonna join the class next time. I said, you gotta pay. They're like, man, I'll pay or whatever, because people are not, some people have been in their profession, but they haven't been updating their knowledge. So things have changed, and we said a million times, you're not going back pre-COVID. So the pastor who was over the event that I did, he told them pastors in there and them deacons in the midst, he said, listen, y'all, we not going back pre-COVID. So you're going to have to get in the game. And y'all, I'm not, put the church portion aside. That's where your faith and your spirituality is at. He said, but there's a such thing called business. And in order for you to get this money, because y'all looking at us getting this money in our foundations, y'all going to have to create nonprofits, not the church. Because you're trying to avoid reporting your 990s and reporting on taxes. That ain't your issue. You're supposed to be getting this money because we're supposed to be helping the community. And I'm gonna tell you, man, Pastor Wade don't be putting it down. They feed thousands a week. You know what I'm saying? They give thousands of things. Like he's one of them people, they really push it out to get you got the clinic, opioid clinic. Oh my God, I can just go on and on and on. All of the stuff he's put in place with his nonprofits. And so my job was to share with the association that, hey, this is how you put your nonprofit together so you can attract funding so that you could do the same thing in your area, because he can only cover that little small piece over there in Lower Richland. He can't cover the other side of the north side of Lower Richland. He can't cover Columbia. He can't cover Holly Hill, all these other little areas. He can only cover that part. It's like, stay in your lane. Like wherever your little circle at, where your church, your little community, that's who you support. Don't expect me to go across the track. That's your job. That's where your church at. But you can't get no money because you ain't got no foundation. You don't have enough set up. And your church can't get the money. I'm trying to tell you how to get the funds. And he's telling them this because there's a lot of money that's opened up. Well, the money's opened up, but he can't tap into all of it. They only gonna give him so much, He's trying to tell them, like, hey, it's 80 something of y'all. Tap in.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's the same thing about this information on YouTube. Like, if if somebody's putting the info down, you know, everybody always talking about, man, in the community, we don't have nobody to giving us the information. Oh, y'all talking over our head. Y'all not making it practical. Every time we listen to y'all speaking this, that, or whatever. And McKee was so elementary,
Yeah.
but she was so clear. And she was giving, I mean, just pushing the content like, I know you heard these words before, and I can't wait till she break down these trusts and how people are using them wrong. They are literally using that information wrong.
Yep.
You know,
It's coming.
I mean, I love it. I could have just sat here all listen. I had to turn my light on. I had my notepad, Brandon. I had the computer out. I was Uh, in my mind when I was listening though, I was listening to come up with a training that could simplify, okay, here's the questions you need to ask when you do go to the professional. Like the biggest issue I think we have, we don't know what to ask because we don't understand how it applies.
Right.
And so when she was speaking, I'm saying, oh, that's how that applies. Oh, okay. I need to do this with this with that. Okay, no, change this over here. You know what I'm saying? You could just listen and you could say, okay, this is what I need to do with this. And you know, when you think of your estate, I'm gonna tell y'all, when I thought about estate, even when I hear it, I always thought about people with a whole lot of money. I didn't think of it practically that whatever you own right now, that's your estate.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't thinking like that. You know, this whole little piece right here, your car, your investments, your life insurance, your furniture, and other personal possessions,
Yep.
even your checkings and your savings. That small little piece, you
Yep.
know.
That's
And when
all.
when somebody on our level hears that, they can say, "Oh, I can tune into that conversation because they're talking about people like me."
Right. That's a true story.
Man, mm-mm-mm. What's Zane talking about? Yeah, I appreciate those people who are tuned in and who stay tuned in and who, you know, hopefully you all have gained some nuggets. Man, I thought she was going in on this part right here, but when she brought up the stocks, I said, "Oh, she about to go in some more."
Mm-hmm. She sure would have, boy. I would have said, hey, stay a little bit longer and talk about stocks. Yeah, we've been up here all night.
I don't care. I was ready. I had my little pickle.
And she gonna be up. If she don't go to sleep, she gonna be up. She be going over there clubhouse, talking to those people on there.
Yeah, because I'm sure she had more of an audience. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at her
I'm
in
about to
her
say how
little
many people was in the
room.
room.
Let me see. She been on Clubhouse since it started. Let me go to the other thing. Hold on. What's it called? Financial Wealth Butterfly?
Who?
Well,
Well,
I'm messing.
financial flower.
I'm messing.
More
You
funny.
said butterfly? What was it?
Yeah.
No, Butterfly was in there. I was messing with Chris.
He said, I wish I could assist some things with y'all. What Zane talking about?
He probably talking about, he might not be in the US.
He in Atlanta.
Oh, Zane in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Let me see. He said 1 room per week.
Who
I'm
do
looking.
1 room per week?
Mm-hmm. Shit, listen, I ain't got to consult with no license or professional nothing because they don't be talking about nothing. They be ready to go to lunch and get you out there with. Getting on my nerve.
Yeah, give me the money.
Yeah, let's see if she can. Oh, did she already do this one? When is the 23rd?
23rd of July.
Oh, that's Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. She got 49 people already interested.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if I may be able to do a stream it. If I share the screen and let her go in. She's gonna be talking about the foundations of investing.
Mm-hmm.
What is a bond?
Yep. I'm pretty sure she's gonna do a detail on that. Well, I'm gonna just say her bond is an IOU. It's just really a debt instrument. But right, we debate, you know what I'm saying? It's good, healthy intellectual stimulation. But she cold, man. She cold. She cold.
I can see y'all go in.
Yep.
Man, where Sonny was when I needed him, because I would love to hear this.
Yeah.
He would have been crying.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to do nothing, man.
Because she spit them statistics. I say, oh.
Yeah.
What do you think, Brandon? Brandon left us?
Man, no, I'm here. Hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you. No, a bond is
I'd definitely.
what
I'd
happened.
definitely went to go get some popcorn and popped it.
Yeah. That would have
You would
been
get
fun.
some popcorn?
Oh, buddy, though, he ain't never been on. He ain't never been on. He just started acting weird. I was like, bro, why are you doing this, man? Like,
Smoke, you still live?
Yeah. You don't want me to lie? You don't want me to be live? Oh, let me hang it
Nah,
up.
it's cool. I mean, it's whatever.
I ain't tripping.
Oh,
Is a bond not a loan? It's something like a loan. You basically hold it for a certain amount of time. Like you can do a treasury or like a series I bond. You hold it to maturity and then you sell it. But no, it's not a loan as in, I'm giving you something, I'm letting you borrow something and then you pay it back. I'm buying something at a particular interest rate and it's going to mature at this date. It's just a debt. It's just a debt instrument, really. That's all bond is. I owe you. You give me $100, and I'm gonna give you 6% on this date. And treasuries and anything that the treasury issues you is guaranteed gonna be paid. Like you can say the word guarantee. You can't say guarantee with Apple or a regular stock because that stock may not perform like you say it is. But with a bond or a treasury, it's pretty much guaranteed. They have to.
Yeah. Where Marquise been?
He popped in the group a couple times. He didn't say nothing, but I seen that he looked at the message. So he probably been, building up stuff.
He would have loved her. He would have loved her too.
Yeah, I was in his Discord group the other day,
Mm-hmm.
just peeping around and see if he got anything up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's it. I haven't actually talked to him since like last year. But he seen the messages the other day. He just didn't say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that brother, he be doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Man, well, investing in retirement resources. You,
yeah, I
I'm gonna.
bet it. What?
You ain't got to. Leave it
No.
right there.
Yep. They can stay right there. They can.
Nationwide I thought Nationwide was an insurance company.
Nationwide is on your
Well, I got
side.
investments and everything.
Yep.
I didn't know them. Mm-mm-mm.
Yep.
Look at that.
I just went and created me another retirement account on TD Ameritrade.
Yeah, no. To the Ameritrade or Schwab?
No, TD Ameritrade.
Oh,
They gonna
so they
switch
got,
it over. They gonna switch it over because they doing it by I
yeah.
guess tiers or whatever. But I went ahead and created me another traditional IRA.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
now I got one with Acorns and Stash.
I've heard, yeah, me too. I say I'm gonna stop. I got to start reading this stuff again, reading this
Uh,
information again. Keep your mind sharp,
right. Yep.
because the older you get, either you're gonna be doing retirement, something for your lifestyle, or you're gonna be leaving something back.
Mm-hmm.
If you plan to leave something back, but you know, you got to start somewhere if you haven't started at all,
Mm-hmm.
and they be grateful for what they get.
Yep.
But neither one of us, Chris, you got kids?
Hell no.
Brandon, you got some babies?
Hell no.
Yeah.
What y'all waiting on?
Shit. That's a good question. A good question.
And Chris, you've been married before, Brandon.
I have.
So
No.
if y'all don't have no kids, who y'all gonna leave y'all money to? Or
And
y'all assets? Who y'all gonna leave y'all assets to?
I'm thinking about leaving it to nobody because there ain't nobody worth to leave it to. I was thinking about my little sister, and then I was like, "No, man, I can't do it. She too indoctrinated for me." Nope.
What about an organization?
Probably so. That would probably be the next thing I would do.
I think I'm gonna leave a couple bucks, like to my HBCU. I got a couple, man, but I have to break it out and say how I need it to be spent because I know you can't control people when you're gone, but
Yeah.
I can sure tell them, if you don't spend it on this or this,
Mm-hmm. It
I guess
definitely
I
needs
have to.
to go somewhere.
Right. I don't have to write my niece and nephew in somewhere.
Yep. I'm like, what? You ain't gonna leave them no money?
They know they ain't leaving no cash. Ain't gonna be none of
Hmm.
that. I'm gonna be ordering me some rice and peas and oxtails on my dime bed. They're gonna be like, this girl, hell nah, they ain't getting no money. How much money I got left? Be like, how much money I got left?
Mhm.
Let me order from Amazon.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right there.
Yeah, they don't need no money. They need to learn how to make money. I want to. My goal is to leave the real estate, the homes, and say, you can only take the money out the estate to repair the home. So you always have somewhere to stay, but you ain't never gonna spend it. I'm gonna ask her, can I do that? I'm serious. You can only take the money out to repair the home. You ain't buying no home, then you don't get it.
You got to put a specific amount, though.
Huh?
You have to put a specific amount.
Yeah, exactly. They only pull out this amount to repair. You gonna always have somewhere to stay because people have a history of not being able to have nowhere to stay.
Mhm.
So ain't no need of y'all going in try to figure, and you can't never move nobody in. So if you get married, that means you gotta move out.
Yeah.
Give it to the next family member. You laughing, Brandon?
Oh, that was. I'm sorry, I ain't laugh.
Yeah, because you gotta look out for the family member. We ain't looking out for somebody who gonna try to take it.
No, you right.
Definitely not.
No, I mean, and I ain't that person to say I love you, but no, I'm not saying it at all. I'm telling you, you can't get it. This ain't no.
Yeah, that's
And
cold.
you can look at it how you want. Because I don't watch too many of my family members that just, you know, get involved with somebody who just ain't worth it, and they looking and they trying to take everything. No ma'am. Y'all don't know how to pick them.
Why?
And you could always build something with somebody else. Oh, she moved me over. Let me see. Okay, accept the invite. Yay.
Oh, you in the clubhouse house?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I finally got in. Did you get in, Brandon?
No, that's only on Apple, right?
Clubhouse?
Yeah.
No, it's Clubhouse. You don't have
Yeah,
it, Brandon?
you can be on Apple and Android right now.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, in the beginning it was just Apple.
Let me see if I can find you, Brandon.
Oh,
How you gonna look for him if he ain't on Clubhouse?
Oh, I thought it just come up by your email or something.
No, you gotta make an account.
Huh?
No,
No,
I'm
go ahead.
downloading it now.
You in there
Yeah.
now?
No, I'm downloading the app.
Oh. Don't one of us got invited?
I don't know. Oh,
You don't have to do that no more?
I don't think so. Maybe not.
Let
Look,
me see.
I told you. I ass on Clubhouse right now. You on Clubhouse.
Let me see. I think I have to invite you. Let me see if I can get you. I figure out how to do it first. I forgot how to do it. Let me see.
Let's see.
You remember? And
Uh,
I don't want to build no house.
huh? You don't want to build no house?
No.
Oh,
I'm trying to get to the part where you have to add a friend.
let's see.
I forgot how this works.
You and
Did
me
you get
both.
on, Brandon?
No, I'm still downloading the thing now. I had to
Oh.
delete some apps.
Mm,
He said, "You got too much on your phone."
Yeah, I need a new phone
Yeah,
anyway.
I be trying to. Hey Garfield, you missed a good show, man. Man, where you been? Man, you missed a good one, Garfield. You may have to you gonna have to interview her, Garfield, because you'll get about 300 people up in here. They really need to hear her for real.
mm-hmm. Oh,
You need to interview her.
go to your settings, Mo.
My says.
Yeah, go to settings and hit Clubhouse invites.
Shit, I don't even know how to get. I don't even know how to get to my settings. Let me get out of it.
You gotta click on your profile and then hit the
Yeah,
set button.
onto my profiles.
Yeah, hit the settings button.
I have to figure out. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, on invite
Uh-huh. You got his number?
profile settings,
You got Brandon number?
Clubhouse invites. Oh, Brandon have to text me. Hold on, let me put it in the Zoom. I'll put it in the back chat. Oh, text me on Messenger, Brandon.
Okay.
Yeah, Garfield. I'm gonna have to tell Garfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
He'll get the viewership if he on.
Mm-hmm.
And Garfield does a lot, so he'll be able to ask some really good questions too.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say him and
African Emporium.
yeah, when AE ever get back. Yeah. That's gonna be a good combo.
Right.
That's gonna be a good combo. I said Garfield and Sarnetta would love this sister, man.
Yeah.
Sarnetta definitely need that.
Yeah.
Everybody, all the Negroes on here need it.
I got you, Brandon.
Okay.
Let me copy it. Let me see if I can get it
Mo, you on Clubhouse?
there. Yeah.
I ain't never seen you on here.
I be seeing y'all.
Oh, I see you now. I see
I be seeing y'all.
you. Somebody be seeing y'all. Only thing you be seeing is your eyelids.
I promise you. Hey, Brandon. My bad, Brandon.
That's
Did that girl lie?
What girl?
Oh no. Okay, they said police say they have found no evidence of a toddler walking down the interstate.
you know what I heard that too. But she was missing for 2 days.
Yeah.
Was this a Texas girl?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
No, Alabama.
oh.
Hold on, Brandon. It won't let me copy and paste it, so let me try to memorize it. I'm gonna try to. I'll call Brandon.
You got to memorize it.
Be quiet. Brandon is cool. Brandon ain't about to cause no problem.
Man, she had fried
Hey,
chicken.
let me tell you, I invite you, Brandon. Hey, listen. So we was riding my niece. I was taking my niece somewhere, and my boyfriend called. So she was just a talking, and she said, is that who? Is that him? And I said, yeah, that's Wes, but she didn't hear me say Wes. She just heard me say that's him. And she said, oh, I was just talking about you the other day. He was like, oh, what were you talking to me about? What were you talking to me about? And she said, I was like, his Jamaican accent. And he said, wait, what? We were talking about Garfield. She said, who is that? AT boy. I said, that's where she said, oh my God, I thought you was him. And he said, him? Who is him? He was like, him. And she said, AT boy, what do I do? I said, who are you talking about? She said, I thought it was Garfield. And I said, Garfield, because we had seen Garfield on Instagram dancing outside his truck. And I had showed her, and then so that's who she thought was on the phone. She thought Garfield had called me, but it wasn't Garfield. It was my boy. He said, wait, so now tell me more about this Garfield.
That's
Hell
great.
no. Almost got caught up. Look at you.
Oh man, I said, wait, what? Oh Lord. I said, man, she is tripping. He was like, okay. It was so funny though, because she was so innocent with it. She was just like, I thought it was Garfield. Because the way she said, she was like, so that's not him? Hey Timo, we were just talking about it yesterday, and it just made me sound like I was guilty as all good out. I said, oh man, she about to get me caught up.
Mo slipping on her pimping, slacking on her back.
It was so funny. It was so funny. I couldn't stop laughing. But I'm sure he had the eyebrows up or whatever.
McKee said, where's the Cancun trip?
In the year. In the year. In the year.
Yeah.
I'll be with Sherry this weekend, so we'll find out.
Yeah.
I gotta finish setting it up to get the invite.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure. But hey, my Amazon finally started making some money.
Finally started.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't be for long.
Okay, I'm gonna get out before August. I know August will come in and shatter my dreams.
It
Chris,
might be right.
Chris, don't be up in here trying to shatter my dreams right now.
I ain't trying to shatter your dream. They might Amazon probably gonna be riding up for a little while right now.
I knew I should have sold today. It went back down. Went down a little bit. I'm gonna sell it too. I was gonna take them profits.
Why? You don't believe in it like that?
Nope.
Dang.
I pulled the trigger.
You said I pull that trigger quick.
Ooh. Shooting and aiming.
Y'all been playing some earnings?
Been watching.
I'm playing 4 right now.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't even been paying attention. You remember boy was my little side piece. Hey, what do you think about the strike? Amazon going on strike. I'm not Amazon. UPS.
UPS, yeah.
At the end of the month.
Yep. Just the beginning.
And it just did a nice little round
I think
cup.
FedEx was striking too.
Oh, both of them striking?
Yeah, I think I seen something about it the other day. Let me follow that down. Let me follow that right down.
Let's see, UPS track.
Mo, you got some fine girls on your page.
What page?
Your Clubhouse.
Shit, I don't even be on Clubhouse.
I don't know. They following you. You following them.
I'm following them.
Yeah, I need the number.
Hell no, that's hilarious.
Oh, that's my
This is I
cousin
need to know.
Stacy. Hey, my cousin Stacy live in Houston. She
Who is Stacy?
she my Clubhouse. She's HVAC certified. She works for one of the largest general contractors y'all got in Houston. They getting ready to build a building for TSU.
Mm-hmm.
And she studied
Oh, that's
project.
her right here. I
Yeah,
see it.
she studied project.
that.
Man, I think y'all in the same age.
Yeah, I need that number.
She's that project manager on that one. And then you got well, she's married.
Oh,
I ain't seen that chick in a long time. If you say so, Brandon, you inspired.
yo, Brandon, funny man.
I don't know her. I
So
don't know these people. Man, I don't know these people.
hold on, you said your cousin was married?
No, Stacy's not married.
Oh, I'm finna follow her. Oh, she a realtor too.
Yeah, she's a realtor. She's a
All
realtor.
right.
She's HVAC certified.
Yeah, and she
And she's about
golfs.
to be
Okay,
project manager. Yeah, she's in the Black Girl Golf Club.
okay. Oh no, yeah, we got to meet her. I'm gonna say, Mo sent me over just to have a little conversation.
Mm,
That's
okay,
hilarious.
I hear you. I know some of these people.
You know some of them, but you don't know all of them.
Yeah, I know. I don't know some.
You following them?
Well, shit. I've probably been following them for a while.
Uh,
I
uh,
probably.
uh, uh.
I ain't never did nothing on Clubhouse.
Oh, well, I know you haven't. You don't really really be on here like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you got some women on
Nikki
here.
on here living her best life.
Who? Yeah,
Nikki.
yeah. She be on here. Like I don't look. Who is Giovanna Swan?
Where is it?
No Clubhouse.
Giovanna Swan. She on my
Yeah.
page?
Yeah. You follow her.
Man, don't believe the hype.
Rose Wells. If you follow them, Mo, you don't believe
Oh,
the
I
hype.
know Rose. I know Rose.
You know Rose.
Yeah,
She
she
don't know.
military. She just retired.
She don't know Giovanna, or I pronounce this shit.
Let me see. Was she before Rose?
No. Yeah. No. After.
Let me see.
After Rose. It's above Solomon. Solomon Israel. Now you mess with Hebrew Israelites.
Man, I don't know who it is.
I was just hitting the follow button on people. Kamiko
No.
Thomas. Who is that?
Oh, we hometown. She's in the military.
Okay.
The major. She's doing great. Oh, she's divorced. Yeah, you call her.
She divorced.
Mm-hmm. You ain't gonna like her though. She probably a minister, a pastor, or something. You know, you don't like them people.
Yeah, I ain't trying to go to church. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Ain't getting my tithe money. Tithe money go to the market. Hopefully change.
I do not. Oh, maybe I need to go to following because I don't see that.
Yeah, you gotta go to following because you following her, but she ain't following you though. That's the thing.
Yeah, what's her name again? Oh, Giovanna Swan. That's it. I don't know who that is. Let me see if I see it. And I don't even know Kingdom Business. That sounds like somebody. Nope, I don't know them either.
Mo just following people she don't know.
Man, those people probably got on my Clubhouse because they probably know me.
But you following her. She on some Bob Black stuff, though.
I don't know.
I'm finna follow her. I don't care about all that other shit.
You're crazy.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
just
got
getting to know folks. Okay, Keon.
just want to throw newspaper. Who throwing newspapers? You know, when
Mm.
my package was delivered by FedEx. Where the hell? Yeah, because they going on strike. I don't know why. They said petition strike against the UPS delivery service by 340,000 workers could lead to slower delivery times, supply chain disruption, and higher shipping costs if the company and the Teamsters union don't come to an agreement over pay for part-time workers and cost of living adjustments. Man, everybody got that problem. Shit, we all should be on strike.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad they ain't ordering nothing no time soon.
What you say, Brandon?
No, I'm laughing because you're right.
Yeah. Cost of living. These companies ain't giving no cost of living adjustments. What world they living in?
We done that.
Right. All right. Let me bring my little black butt to sleep.
All right.
Let's see.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Peace in the Middle East. I mean, peace in my pockets.
Oh, I nominated you, Mo.
But what? Yeah, you nominated me a long time ago.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
When it first came out, and you had to invite people in, and you only could invite 2 people, I think, at one time.
Yeah.
And we always trying to figure out who we was going to invite.
Yeah, Camille invited me.
How's she doing?
She on the road. She doing shows. She look like she enjoying herself.
Beating them drums.
Yeah, I talked to her maybe about a month or so ago. She said she would be back soon or something like that, but you know.
Yeah.
She's still healing, man.
Yeah. I could imagine. I mean, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
So, your partner, ride or die every day.
Yep.
Man, some adjusting.
Yeah. Why you need that estate planning too? Just go all back to that.
Yeah, I better get on it for real though.
Yeah. Real talk.
All right, y'all.
All right. Well, tomorrow then. Or whatever.
Peace.
Peace.